Hello once again, and we are with the Parliament channel, and we are live once again. Today we are on day 4 of the Standing Finance Committee, where ministers again will be quizzed by members of the opposition on the allocations to their ministries for the 2023-2024 financial year. We are starting this morning at 10 a.m. with the Tobago House of Assembly. They have been allocated for 2024 $2,558 million, and this is an increase of $64 million over the 2023 figure. We will next move to the Central Administrative Services in Tobago, and they have been allocated $31,500,000, and this is a $1.8 million decrease over the 2023 figure. The Ministry of Social Development and Family Services will be up next with $5,769,494,200, and this is $355 million more than last year's figure. The Ministry of Labour will be up next with $399,562,700, and this is down $50 million over last year's allocation. The Registration, Recognition and Certification Board will be up next with $4,258,000, and this is $105,000 increase over last year's allocation. We then have the Ministry of Public Administration with $681,331,924, and this is a decrease of $230 million over last year's figure. The Ministry of Digital Transformation will be up next with $279,645,032, down $54 million over 2023. And finally, today we should have the Office of the President with $23,871,470, which is $5.9 million more than last year's allocation. So we are, of course, into day 4. Just to give you a recap of the ministries that were examined on Tuesday. On Tuesday, we had the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Works and Transport, the Ministry of Planning and Development, the Ministry of Sports and Community Development, the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, the Elections and Boundaries Commission, the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, and the Integrity Commission. So we are winding down for the Standing Finance Committee, and we do know that after day 5 of the Standing Finance Committee, we will be moving to the Senate debate of the budget, and that will be on Friday. Now, just to give you a little bit of background, we have the Tobago House of Assembly as well as the Central Administrative Services in Tobago. Now, the Tobago House of Assembly is responsible for the divisions of the THA, that's including education, etc. And so they are. The THA is the legislative as well as the administrative arm. They are run by the Chief Secretary. However, CAST, which is different, CAST is responsible for the central government agencies in Tobago. That's why there's a minister assigned to CAST, and that is a minister in the office of the Prime Minister. And the CAST is responsible for the Registrar General's office, for Met Services and the Sub-Treasury. So CAST will also be examined this morning, and they're coming up right after the Tobago House of Assembly. So just a few more tidbits about the Standing Finance Committee, which may not be obvious to you. So we've indicated as well that 5 days of examination of expenditure and other documents submitted on the day the budget speech is presented. So again, all of the budget documents are available on the Ministry of Finance website. So you can go over to the Ministry of Finance website where you'll get the budget documents for 2024 going right back, so you can make your comparisons. Any decrease, if any member wants to suggest a decrease, then that decrease can be moved by any member. However, if any member wishes to propose an amendment to the estimates to increase funding, then they must give 1 day's notice to the Clerk of the House on what the increase in the estimate should be for any of the heads of expenditure. But any change resulting in an increase must be done by a minister on the authority of the Cabinet. And to to my recollection, we have not had any increases to any of the heads of expenditure for as long as I can remember. So that's not something that is a normal routine here at the Parliament. The standing orders for the Parliament, for the House of Representatives, were revised in 2014. And previous to that, the Standing Finance Committee was held in private. So the members would come, they would examine the documentation. However, after the standing orders were revised in 2014, it was then determined that the Standing Finance Committee should be held in public, and that is why you are privy to the deliberations of the Standing Finance Committee, where members of the opposition now have the opportunity to probe the finances for each year with the ministers in public. So you are able to hear what are the decisions that went behind, whether increases or decreases for particular heads of expenditure. And just to let you know, again, it is the leader of the opposition who determines the order of the examination of heads of expenditure. However, if the opposition leader fails to do so, then the government will determine the order of examination of the heads of expenditure. And usually, of course, we do have the opposition leader delivering to the Parliament the heads, and to the government the heads of expenditure that will be examined, the order of the heads of expenditure. So it's not something that's arbitrary. It is that the opposition leader sits with her or his team, and they decide which heads are examined on a particular day. Now, usually for the Tobago House of Assembly, because those delegates have to make travel arrangements to Trinidad, they are usually on either day 4 or day 5 of the examination, and usually in the morning as well, so that their travel arrangements can be done in proper order. So the chairman of the committee will usually be the Speaker of the House. That is Honorable Bridget Anisette George, and she is currently making her way to the chamber for today's Standing Finance Committee. So we have coming up first the Tobago House of Assembly, then we will have Central Administrative Services, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, and finally the Office of the President.
Morning, everyone. Morning. Okay, so members, if you all will just bear with us a little bit, we should start in about less than 5 minutes, okay? Sorry, I apologize. Good morning again, everyone. The meeting of the Standing Finance Committee will resume. Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly. Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, $2,558,000,000. I will now invite the Minister of Finance to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. The Tobago House of Assembly is responsible for the administration of the island of Tobago and has the responsibility of delivering goods and services to the approximately 66,000 residents of Tobago. The areas of responsibility of the Tobago House of Assembly are stated in the 5th schedule of the THA Act number 40 of 1996. The THA has responsibility for almost everything that takes place in Tobago in terms of administration, with the exception of some items such as foreign affairs, national security, and so on.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,558,000,000 for Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $2,558,000,000 for Head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. Subhead 06, Current Transfers to Statutory Boards, Item 001, Tobago House of Assembly, Division 01, Assembly Legislature. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, Item 007, Households. Division 02, Office of the Chief Secretary. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Item 007, Public Administration. Item 011, Planning. Item 013, Labor. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, Item 001, General Administration. Item 002?
Yes.
Item 002, Information. Member for Couva South.
002, 62, Promotions, Publicity, and Printing. Could we get an idea of what activities will be pursued, where the spend of $1.8 million will be utilized?
We're at page 27. (002)62.
I'm advised that the planned expenditure is for the airing of programs such as the Executive Council District Town Hall meetings, Let's Talk Tobago, post-executive media briefing, printing of THA calendars and brochures, and advertisement for employment, among other things.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acting Prime Minister.
Item 007, Public Administration. Item 008, Tobago Emergency Management Agency. Item 010, Information Systems Department. Item 011, Planning. Item 012, Land Management. Item 013, Labor. Member for Vancouver South.
Just on a point of clarification, because I see it recurring on under 6.1 insurance, and if we go to, I know you may be saying I may be jumping the gun, Madam Chair.
There's no 61 in 10.
61,
Yes.
insurance.
In 10?
Insurance.
010?
New
013,
sub-item.
Oh,
013.
Yeah.
View on page 31. 61 insurance.
Right.
Always a minimal expenditure. Why the new sub-item?
They are acquiring some new vehicles and they wish to insure them.
Okay, and that will follow under the respective subheads too.
Is that across the board? Is it across the board or just in this area? Yes, it's across the board.
Okay, thank you.
Now, you must know there are two ways of dealing with insurance of assets. One is self-insurance and one is commercial insurance. And they have chosen to go the way of commercial insurance. Okay?
No problem.
Item 014, Occupational Safety and Health. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Information. Item 007, Public Administration. Item 008, Tobago Emergency Management Agency. Item 010, Information Systems Department. Item 011, Planning. Item 012, Land Management. Item 013, Labor. Item 014, Occupational Safety and Health. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Member for Vancouver South.
04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. 05, Shore Park Cultural Complex. Could the meeting be advised how this $4.5 million will be utilized?
I think he's asking for 24. I know, but I think he's asking this is fiscal 23. Okay. You are referring to the allocation for fiscal 2024 or 2023?
2024.
24. Okay, I'm advised that it's a recurring expenditure. It will follow what occurred in 2023, which is the provision of services such as janitorial, security, rental of equipment, other services, electricity, telephone, internet, etc., for the operationalization of the Shore Park complex. So it's operational expenditure, basic operational expenditure.
No problem. Thank you.
Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Member for Point of Peer.
Thank you. Good morning to the committee. Minister, line item 06, Buko Integrated Facility. An increase of $1.1 million for this fiscal to bump it up to 5.5. Could you describe what is Buko Integrated Facility, please?
Well, if you look at the budget documents on the front page.
On the front page, yeah,
Down at the bottom.
I saw goats running.
You will see a photo of the Buko Integrated Facility.
No, but integrated means
I am going to explain it to you. I'm just giving you some idea of what it looks like. Okay?
I know what it looks. I know the.
I'm not sure that you know. Okay. So the. No, but this is what you want to know. Yeah. Sure. All right. If you had ever been to Buko, you would know that the Buko Integrated Facility is in the heart of a village which is focused on fishing and tourism. It involves several buildings spread out in the vicinity of Buko Beach. It was constructed primarily to facilitate the annual occurrence of the Goat and Crab Racing Festival. So I repeat, If you look at the budget documents, you'll see down at the bottom a photo of the Baku Integrated Facility. I put it there because the theme of the budget is building capacity for diversification and growth. And we saw tourism in Tobago as an avenue for building capacity for diversification and growth. Do you still want to know?
No.
So you know what it is, right?
No, I just,
so you have been
just
to
a follow-up
Appropriation in
question,
Tobago.
Madam Chair. I know Buko, that area Buko is now developing into a tourism site more. So I just wanted to, I'm just curious if there were any more further developments in that particular area, that's all.
Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the only...
Hold on. I'm not finished with the member for Point of View.
I will comply.
I'm told that they do regular upgrades and they do intend to upgrade some of the facilities in that integrated facility, okay, in 2024. Right.
Member for Couva South.
I know the Minister of Finance and the Acting Prime Minister is boasting about probably the only thing in the budget, the photography on the front cover. But more importantly, Minister, 040 Farmland Development Project, could you advise this meeting how many farmers are currently involved in this project and how many additional may benefit with the increased allocation of $1 million?
What's the name? They are currently completing one of the farmland developments in Lamy Road, and when that is completed, they intend to commence the development of a farm at Belmont Road. Do you want to know where Belmont Road is?
No, I'm quite familiar with Tobago.
I have a feeling you don't know where it is, but it's okay.
I could carry you for a tour in Tobago.
I doubt. I'm not even sure you know where Crown Point is. Let's go, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the Minister is, as the Acting Prime Minister is a bit in an upbeat mood. Anytime he acts as Prime Minister, we notice a change in his behavioral pattern and so on. And we want to commend him for that.
Right.
So there are the farmland project has not been, the initial development has not been completed.
There would have, I'm talking about in fiscal 2023, eh?
Yes.
There would have been work before that.
Okay.
So it's a series of farms, it's not one.
Yes,
There's several farms all over Tobago.
Okay.
So the one that was in progress in 23 was Lamy Road, and they expect and hope to complete that project in 2024 and commence construction of the Belmont Road farmland project.
So based on the fact that you indicated there are many projects targeted, how many farms?
I didn't say that.
You said
I said there is one in progress,
yes,
which they hope to complete in 2024 and commence another one in 2024. The one in progress, which overlaps 23 into 24, is Lamy Road, and the one that will commence in 24 is Belmont.
Okay.
I have been very explicit in what I said.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Division 03, Finance, Trade and Economy. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Member for Couva South.
Short question, Minister. With respect to the salaries and cost of living allowance, these salaries would have been calculated on what collective bargaining period?
Well, for all members of the Public Services Association, the existing collective agreement stands because the PSA has not yet agreed to the government's offer of 4%.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And with respect to 05, the government's contribution to NIS, again, across the board, will the allocations of the respective sums are in keeping with government's required contribution? There's no indebtedness or outstanding sums and so on?
No indebtedness.
Okay, thank you.
Item 002, Finance and Accounting. Item 003, Customs. Item 004, Inland Revenue. Item 013, Cooperatives. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Finance and Accounting. Item 003, Customs. Item 004, Inland Revenue. Item 008, Budget Division. Item 012, Consumer Affairs. Item 013, Cooperatives. Item 015, Financial Literacy Secretariat. Item 016, Youth Energized for Success. Item 017, Emergency Social and Medical Assistance Unit. Item 018, Communication Unit. Item 019, Economic Management and Research Unit. Item 020, Investment, Public-Private Partnership Unit. Item 021, Strategic Sector Support Unit. Item 022, Business Development Unit. We are at page 43. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Finance and Accounting. Item 003, Customs. Item 004, Inland Revenue. Item 008, Budget Division. Item 012, Consumer Affairs. Item 013, Cooperatives. Item 015, Financial Literacy Secretariat. Item 016, Youth Energized for Success. Item 018, Communication Unit. Item 019, Economic Management and Research Unit. Item 020, Investment and Public-Private Partnership Unit. Item 021, Strategic Sector Support Unit. Item 022, Business Development Unit. We now at page 46. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Households. Item 009, Other Transfers, Member for Point of Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 29, Tourism and Hospitality Sector Support. 10 million was budgeted for 2023. There was no spent, and I just inquiring why there was no spent, and then 2024 fiscal is budgeted $8 million. This seems to be an important sector.
The project was executed by the Tobago Tourism Company. So it was done by others.
Okay.
It wasn't done under this head. Under this item.
So in this fiscal 2024, there's another $8 million identified. What would that be for if it's?
What I'm told is that they intend to give that money to the agency.
Okay.
Madam Which Chair, would be the executing agency for this program.
Thank you. Can I ask another?
Yes, please.
Line item, lower down, Minister Tete. Loan Guarantee Program. It's a new sub-item, $4 million. Could you identify what is it? Who benefits from this, or who would?
Well, this is very similar to the program we did in Trinidad at a national level, Trinidad and Tobago, at a national level, where we did a loan guarantee program for businesses affected by COVID. So this is something the THA wants to do in 24 because they, I assume, still believe that there are some businesses, because of their niche area of tourism, probably taking longer to recover from COVID. So that's what it's for.
Thank you.
Member for Curaçao.
Just as a follow-up on the said item 30 loan guarantee program, an allocation of $4 million, Minister. Could you inform this meeting if an increased sum was requested by the THA for this particular allocation or line item?
I wouldn't have that information available immediately, but I can get it for you.
Okay, I'm just asking based on the fact that
I don't have those details,
Yeah.
but as you can see, it's a new program. Okay?
Yeah.
I don't know if they asked for 4, and we gave them 4. The Tobago House of Assembly has a lot of flexibility to allocate the numbers within this book as they see fit, subject to our oversight.
okay.
So I'll find out whether they asked for 4 and we gave them 4, or they asked for more than 4 and that's all we could afford to give them, or they decided to put 4 inside the fair. Okay? They have a lot of flexibility.
They have a lot of flexibility.
Yes, they do.
Thank you.
Division 04, Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment, and Sustainable Development. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Agriculture. Item 003, Marketing. Item 004, Natural Resources and Forestry. Item 005, Marine Resources and Fisheries. Item 006, the Environment. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Agriculture. Item 003, Marketing. Item 004, Natural Resources and Forestry. Item 005, Marine Resources and Fisheries. Item 006, the Environment. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Agriculture. Item 003, Marketing. Item 004, Natural Resources and Forestry. Item 005, Marine Resources and Fisheries. Item 006, the Environment. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households. Item 008, Subsidies. Item 009, Other Transfers. Division, yes, sorry, member for point of view.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
You
other transfers, yes.
Minister, 06 Tobago Agriculture Technology Services Limited, a new sub-item of 2.5 million. Is this a new company? And what is really I know the wording is agricultural technology, but what is really?
Tobago Agri-Technology Services Limited is a special purpose company that is intended to provide efficient and effective land preparation services to Tobago farmers and is expected to lead to the management of agricultural technology transfer by using extension services that offer advice and training on new practices and technology in farming and fishing. This should support the thrust towards food security for the island of Tobago, create opportunities for improved agri-technology in farming and fishing, and linkages, backward linkages throughout the economy, the Tobago economy, that is.
Just as a follow-up, Madam Chair, to the Minister, given what you just described this new company would be, does that dovetail into the farmland development line item that we would have discussed earlier, previously?
I thought we finished the farmland development line item.
Okay, okay, Minister.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Righto.
Member for Cooper South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question was asked by my colleague.
Division 05, Tourism, Culture, Antiquities and Transportation. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Tourism. Item 007, Culture. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Cooper South.
I am on page 5902, Goods and Services.
Yes. And we in 01, General Administration.
Sure, yeah. Minister, 17, Training. With this allocation of 7 $6.5 million. With respect to the 2023 revised estimates of $7.2 million, could you advise this meeting how many contract officers were engaged with this allocation?
But it has not training.
No. Sorry. My error. In terms
Contract
of
employment. Contract employment.
Yeah.
At 16.
No, coming back to the issue of training, sorry. The $7.5 million. Could you advise this meeting how this money?
7.5 million
Are
is
you on
contract
training or not?
employment.
In contract employment, what happened?
Training is 150,000.
You're younger than me, you know.
Yes, contract employment.
Oh gosh, man.
7.5 million.
What's the question?
Could you inform this meeting how many contract officers will be engaged with this allocation?
Nobody total numbers won't get far, right? There are 95 positions that are filled at this time. The total number of approved positions is 124. The number of vacant positions, therefore, is 29.
29.
Yeah. Vacant,
So
the actual number of persons on contract is 95.
Okay, thank you.
Item 002 tourism. Item 006 transport. Item 007 culture. Subhead 03 minor equipment purchases. Item 001 general administration. Item 002 tourism. Item 006 transport. Item 007 culture. Subhead 04 current transfers and subsidies. Item 005 non-profit institutions. Item 007 households. Item 009 transfers. Member for Couva South.
Other transfers, Madam Chair, with respect to the 21 Tobago Festivals Commission Limited, this additional increase of $2.7 million will be utilized for what?
Clear arrears.
To clear
arrears.
To clear arrears. And the under 20, the Tobago Tourism Agency Limited, this additional sum of $2 million will be utilized for?
I am afraid time and space does not permit us to go into those details. Apparently, the list of items that together come up to this sum is comprehensive. If you wish, we can send you some details.
Thank you. I know you are very cooperative.
Extremely. Except when strange questions are asked.
Division 06 Education, Research and Technology. Subhead 01 Personal Expenditure. Item 001 General Administration. Item 002 Primary, Secondary and Vocational Education. Member for Couva South.
The increase under 01 salaries and cost of living of $44,800,000. This increase accounts for what in terms of fiscal 2024?
Arrears.
Arrears. With what category of employees?
The Trinidad and Tobago Unified Teachers Association contains the word Tobago in its name and is therefore the representative bargaining agent for all teachers in Trinidad and in Tobago. And TUTA is one of the trade unions that accepted the government's offer of 4%. And therefore, teachers, all 18,000 of them, or whatever the number is, it's a large number, will be getting back pay in 2023. And therefore, it's not just teachers in Trinidad, it would include teachers in Tobago. Okay? And by the way, that applies throughout. for those entities that accepted the 4%, who are paid by the Tobago House of Assembly.
No problem.
Okay.
Item 003, library services. Item 004, school feeding program. Item 007, Tobago Council for Handicapped Children, Happy Haven School. Item 008, Tobago School for the Deaf, Speech and Language Impaired. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Primary, Secondary and Vocational Education. Item 003, Library Services. Item 007, Tobago Council for Handicapped Children, Happy Haven School. Item 008, Tobago School for the Deaf, Speech and Language Impaired. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Primary, Secondary and Vocational Education. Item 003, Library Services. Item 007, Tobago Council for Handicapped Children, Happy Haven School. Item 008, Tobago School for the Deaf, Speech and Language Impaired. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 006, Educational Institutions. Item 007, Households.
Chair.
Yes, Member for Couva South.
That's under 01 school feeding program. The allocation has increased by $2 million. Could we be informed or advised what necessitated or resulted in this increase?
It appears that the Tobago House of Assembly has increased the cost of lunches. Pardon? Yes, but I mean, you all agreed to that. Yeah. So the THA has agreed to increase the cost of lunches and breakfasts in the school feeding program. No, breakfasts in the school feeding program. So they have increased the cost. They have agreed to increase the cost. The caterers asked for more money and the THA agreed.
Okay.
Item 009, Transfers. Division 07, Community Development, Youth Development and Sport. Item Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Community Development. Item 008, Sports. Item 009, Youth Affairs. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Community Development. Item 004, Labor. Item 005, Occupational Safety and Health. Item 006, Business Development Unit. Item 007, Youth Energized for Success. Item 008, Sports. Item 009, Youth Affairs. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Community Development. Item 007, Youth Energized for Success. Item 008, Sports. Item 009, Youth Affairs. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Division 08, Infrastructure, Quarries and Urban Development. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Maintenance of Roads. Item 003, maintenance of buildings. Item 004, transport. Item 007, mechanical workshop. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, maintenance of roads. Item 003, maintenance of buildings. Item 004, transport division. Item 007, mechanical workshop. Item 009, V, environment. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, maintenance of roads. Item 003, maintenance of buildings. Item 004, transport. Item 007, mechanical workshop. Item 009, V, environment. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 005, non-profit institutions. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Division 10, health, wellness, and social protection. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration, member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, with respect to 08 vacant posts, salaries and cost of living, allowance without incumbents, $6 million was allocated in 2023. Apparently none was spent. There's an allocation of $6 million again. Could you advise what is the projected in terms of how this money will be spent to fill how many posts and so on?
Member for Couva South, you once occupied the position of Minister in the Ministry of Finance. You've been an elected MP for some time now. You're asking me to predict what the Public Service Commission is going to do in 2024. I am incapable of doing that. These are establishment positions, which you should know, and therefore neither the Ministry of Finance nor the Tobago House of Assembly has any power to fill these positions. All they can do is urge the Service Commission and the other authorities to fill them. And therefore, I do not have a crystal ball, and I cannot tell you how many positions will be filled, but I am sure the THA will try its best to get the Public Service Commission to do its work in a speedy manner and fill vacant posts. And that applies for all vacant posts, before you ask me this question again, in every division. Okay?
Thank you. And
you're welcome.
Across the board, how many vacant positions may need to be filled?
We'll add it up and get it filled.
Okay.
I'm sure it's quite a lot. I'm sure it's a lot.
Thank you.
Item 002, hospitals. Item 003, health centers. Item 004, public health and the environment. Item 005, social services. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, hospitals. Item 003, health centers. Item 004, public health and the environment. Item 005, social services. Item 007, probation services. Item 008, litter eradication program. Item 009, gender affairs. Item 010, emergency social and medical assistance unit. Subhead 03, minor equipment and purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 003, health centers. Item 004, public health and the environment. Item 005, social services. Item 008, litter eradication program. Item 009, gender affairs. Item 010, emergency social and medical assistance unit. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 005, non-profit institutions. Item 007, households. Item 00, yes, member for point of view.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, under line item under household 09, ex gratia awards, $40 million was paid off in 2023, which was not budgeted for. And there's no allocation for this year. Could you describe what that $14 million, page 94.
What item?
Ex gratia award 09. $14 million.
007.
No,
09?
00709.
I think I will have to find out.
Oh, should we go? Yes?
What?
Yeah.
As you want to be paid. You will recall that the government made a decision to give an ex gratia payment to all health workers in Trinidad and in Tobago. So that was paid out, I think, towards the end of last year. I'm talking about calendar. Do you all remember when it was? December? December 22 or 23?
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Fiscal, yeah. So it would be December 22, which would fall into fiscal 2023. Yeah.
Thank you.
Item 009, other transfers. Yes, member for Cuba South.
Under 07, Tobago Regional Health Authority, the increased allocation of $16,309,368, Minister, could you inform the meeting what this 07 Tobago Regional Health Authority,
Page 94.
how this sum will be utilized?
There are 2 hospitals in Tobago. The breakdown is $426,550,162 in personal expenditure and $138,559,338. Total $565,109,500. They plan to do a number of things in 2024, which accounts for the increase, such as reducing the waiting time for diagnostic services, implementation of a hospital management information system, a continuing program, replacement of equipment, primary healthcare initiatives, full operationalization of the Roxborough Hospital, and so on. You will recall that a hospital was built in Roxborough around 2020. So you now have the new Scarborough, well, not so new Scarborough Hospital, and then the new Roxborough. So this is for the operation of those 2 hospitals. Okay?
Division 11, settlements, public utilities, and rural development. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, settlements. Item 004, electrical inspectorate. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, settlements. Item 004, electrical inspectorate. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, settlements. Item 004, electrical inspectorate. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Division 13, sport and youth affairs. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, sport. Item 003, youth. Subhead 02, goods and
Madam
services.
Chair, can I just ask a question in this division?
Which one? You're on item 003 youth?
Yeah, and 003 youth.
Yes.
They only have the actuals in 2022, nothing in 23 or 24. Is there a reason that has it been transferred to another division?
Yes.
Could you say which division it was transferred to, please?
Yes, I can. Youth Development and Sport.
Youth Development and Sport.
Yes. Sorry, Community Development and Sport. Community Development, Youth Development, and Sport.
Thank you.
Item subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, sport. Item 003, youth. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, sport. Item 003, youth. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 005, non-profit institutions. Item 007, households. Division 14, Office of the Deputy Chief Secretary. Subhead 001, personnel expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, diaspora relations. Item 003, Energy Bureau. Item 004, foreign direct investment. Item 005, intergovernmental relations. Item 006, policy monitoring and evaluation division. Secretariat, sorry. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, diaspora relations. Item 003, Energy Bureau. Item 004, foreign direct investment. Item 005, intergovernmental relations. Item 006, policy monitoring and evaluation secretariat. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 005, current subsidies and transfers. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, development program, consolidated fund. Item 001, pre-investment. Item 002, productive services. Item 003, economic infrastructure. Honorable members, item 003, economic infrastructure, spans 7 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. B, extension services. Is that where you are, Kuvasaw? D, fishing. E, forestry. F, land management services. Member for Kuvasaw.
63 agriculture access roads, Tobago. There's an estimate of $13 million for 2024. Could the meeting be advised how this increased sum will be utilized, the additional $5 million, because 8 was spent in 2023?
Which one of these items is that?
463.
Okay. The roads that the THA plans to work on, access roads that is, contained in the list here. There are 15 of them. You want me to read them all out?
If you want to, if you have the time.
If you wish me to read them out.
I know
just
that
say
you.
yes or no.
I know you are entitled.
Is that a yes?
Okay, so is this going to be circulated or read?
I am. If you want me to read it, I'll read it. If you want me to circulate, I'll circulate
Okay,
it.
so-
Just indicate your preference, please.
I am at your command.
Can you read quickly, please, Minister of Finance?
I beg your pardon?
Can you quickly read? I know you are capable of doing it quite
I
quickly.
didn't know the speaker intervened in these matters, but I will follow your directions. Mount St. George Branch Road, Argyle Waterfall, Lamy Road, the same Lamy Road, by the way. Louis Door Access Estate Road, Tractor Pool, Kendall Greenhouse, Indian Walk, Soldier Trace, Cameron Canal, Richmond Agriculture Area, Bell Garden, Top Road, Starwood, Charlotteville, Observatory Road, Speyside, Louis Door Demonstration, Delaford Windsor Access Road, Cow Farm Road, Goldsboro, Pig Farm Road, Goldsboro, Curland Farm Road, Jaggers Hill, Mason Hall, Farmers Road, Mason Hall, River Road, Mason Hall, Farmers Trace, Mount Moriah, Kilwin, Bay Road, Bonaccord Estate Road, Mount St. George, Studley Park, Dump Road, Old Government Farm Road, Shaw Park. Okay? Can I leave out any?
Can we move ahead?
Any area you wanted me to
Can we
talk
move
about?
ahead? H, research and development. A, electricity. A, drainage and irrigation. D, tourism. G, business services. D, roads and bridges. H, C, transport. Item 004, social infrastructure. Honorable members, item 004, social infrastructure, spans 13 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. We're starting at page 32. B, primary. C, secondary. E, special ed. G, educational services. A, hospitals. B, yes, member for Couva South. We had hospitals? Yes. Page 37.
Purchase and installation of equipment and machinery at hospitals. This sum of 10 million will be utilized for the Scarborough or the Roxborough, both hospitals.
Do you want me to read out the type of equipment?
Again, the chair may.
You're asking the speaker
The
again
chair
to
may direct
intervene?
you.
You're asking the speaker to intervene?
The chair may direct you.
Is it a long list?
No.
Okay, so just as quickly as you did the list of 15.
I see you're starting a precedent here. CT scan, MRI, fluoroscope, X-ray, colonoscope, endoscope, laparoscopic tower, hyperbaric chamber.
Okay? B, medical and dental centers. C, public health services. B, land development. A, yes, member for Couva South.
This 499, the affordable housing project, could you just give an insight into this particular line item and how this 2 million, because 2 million was spent in 2023, and how it will be utilized again in 2024?
Design, construction, and project management for 75 families.
Go ahead.
A, any further question? A, culture. C, sports. A, community development. Member for Couva South, community development.
I was on.
Page 42 to 43.
I am on sports, Chair.
And we're on community development.
All right. Well, that will lead me to, in terms of community development, with respect to the community centers, the Charlotteville Community Center 296. Minister, has this allocation of $1.5 million to be utilized in 2024. Will this be adequate to complete this said project?
Yes.
Yes. Is this project now no longer under the oversight of the Urban Development Company of Trinidad and Tobago, UDCOT?
They told you to take over. Yes.
It is no longer.
Yes only has one meaning.
Well, could you advise this meeting why did UDCOT seek to withdraw its oversight from this project as it relates to a letter dated the 2nd of February 2023, which was dispatched by the chairman of UDCOT to the Tobago House of Assembly, the office of the Chief Secretary?
I have looked at every single line item, sub-item, word, and letter in the estimates for the Tobago House of Assembly. I see no reference to UDCOT. So why you ask me about something that is not in the documents?
Well, the community center was being supervised, the allocation was coming from UDCOT, and I'm just asking if the disengagement by UDCOT is as a result of the results of the Tobago House of Assembly elections, merely of political malice, spite, or victimization.
So member for Couva South, I really can't allow that line of questioning on the exercise in which we engage.
I am guided.
Not only that, Madam Speaker, may I make the point? Madam Chairman, sorry. This is an allocation to the Tobago House of Assembly. If you want to know what the Tobago House of Assembly plans to do with that $1.5 million, I'll be most happy to tell you. But that is all I am obligated to speak about an allocation to the THA. Okay? And so it applies to all the allocations in this book.
And I am obligated to ask why the development program was cut by $140 million.
Which line item is that?
In keeping with the expenditure, overall expenditure as it relates to the development program for the Tobago House of Assembly.
Point me to the page in the book and tell me which line item that is. I suspect we passed that already.
Well, in any event,
I feel we passed that long
members, if we will just realign ourselves to the sort of route we are going initially.
I'm trying to get
okay, we are now at A, community development. Member for Couva South,
yes.
While you are entitled to ask questions, if they're not within the remit, I will allow some latitude, but if the minister is not willing to answer and he's standing on the grounds that it's not within the remit, we have to leave it like that. I'm sure you'll have other opportunities to raise that
certainly,
issue. Okay? C, welfare services. D, youth development. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable members, item 005, multi-sectoral services, multi-sectoral and other services spans 4 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. A, administrative services. F, public building. F, public buildings, member for Point-a-Pair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item on page 46, 502. Line item, construction of new licensed main office, Scarborough. I know this project would have been started way back in 2022 or beyond, or before. 2024, 2.4 million allocated. Could you tell us, was the completion time or was the stage of this new license office?
Firstly, let me thank the member for Point of Peer for actually referring to a line item rather than some esoteric thing. I am told that the project hasn't started yet, and they're in the planning stage, and therefore they can't and would not wish to give a definitive completion date.
So, just a follow-up, Madam Chair, if I hear the Minister correctly, this project hasn't been started as yet, but in 2022,
That's site identification and acquisition and that sort of thing.
So what is the plan for that particular office or building?
We don't plan to do that.
That 2.4 million is allocated in 2024.
And what is the office for? Where are you moving? Where is that? All right. They haven't concluded their decision making with respect to exactly where they're going to build this. There are two sites they're looking at apparently. But it's going to be the main licensing office facility in Tobago. That's what it is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Inspections and so on. Inspections and things like that.
Can I go to another line item?
Sure. In F?
Can I go
Yes,
to
F, please.
Minister, line item 647, Bucco Beach Boardwalk, $1.6 million identified. Again, Bucco Beach area is now developing fast. What is the design, or what is the thinking behind this boardwalk of 1.6 million?
It would be a walk made of board along the coast.
Okay. All right.
You must know what a boardwalk is. Come on.
I know what a boardwalk is.
Come on, please.
Minister. I know it will enhance the tourism area in Bucco.
All right. It's clear to me you don't know much about the Bucco area. It's to extend the boardwalk towards the beach end and reroute the fisheries entrance. Okay?
Okay, and I know
so there is already a boardwalk there.
And one last line item, Madam Chair. 657 at the end of page 47, construction of new veterinary diagnostic laboratory in Tobago. Could you tell us what is the state of that critical laboratory?
The vet lab. When I say where, I mean what state is it at? Do you know? The first phase of the project is to identify, well, it's a feasibility study is the first phase, to identify the desired project and services to be offered at the lab. So it's in the planning stage. It's in the conceptualization stage.
Thank you.
G, equipment and vehicles. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,558,000,000 for head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $2,558,000,000 for head 15, Tobago House of Assembly, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you to the Chief Administrator, the Administrator Division of Finance, the Chief Management Accountant, and the rest of your team. Thank you. You are excused. And to the Minister of Finance. What an omission. Central Administrative Services, Tobago. Head 16. Thank you. They'll bring chairs for them. Head 16, Central Administrative Services, Tobago, $31,500,000. I will now invite the Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Central Administrative Services Tobago maintains unwavering commitment to providing essential administrative, legal, and meteorological services to Tobago, while also supporting all central government agencies on the island. CAS's operations are closely guided by the organization's vision of being an innovative, technologically driven service organization propelled by a highly skilled workforce that facilitates Tobago's sustainable development. With this in mind, CAS has made significant investment in technological advancement of its processes and services in order to provide the people of Tobago with the highest level of service excellence, ensuring that the needs of the people on the island are not only met but exceeded. As we look to the future, the Executive and CAS remain committed to making the most of every opportunity for growth and improvement in service. In the services we provide to the public. CAS is optimistic about the projects planned for the new fiscal year and look forward to another year of progress, innovation, and excellence in public service.
Okay,
Thank
so
you, Madam Chair.
I just would like members to know that the conversations going on are interrupting the Minister. Okay, so, honorable members, the question is that the sum of $31,500,000 for Head 16, Central Administrative Services, Tobago, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $31,500,000 for Head 16, Central Administrative Services, Tobago, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Trade and Industry. Item 005, Meteorological Services. Item 007, Registrar. Yes? Meteorological Services? Member for Cuba? Yes, not meteorological. Okay, item 007, Registrar General. I guess this is where you are?
Yeah.
Member for Cuba South.
Minister, with respect to salaries and cost of living, we have a decrease in the allocation. Any particular reason for that decrease?
Madam Chair, in the last fiscal, we had sums allocated to pay arrears to the Deputy Registrar General.
Okay. And under 08 vacant post, salaries and cost of living allowance. Recently, the Office of the Registrar General in Tobago made some not so pleasant headlines in terms of the operation. Is there a full complement of staff existing at this particular office?
Madam Chair, just a second, I'll give you the... Under Registrar General, we have a total of 19 public officers. We have permanent 8, vacant bodies 11.
So you have vacant position to be filled?
Yes.
How
but
many?
We have persons acting in those positions. 11.
11. And in no way the shortage of staff resulted in the situation which recently prevailed?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Trade and Industry. Item 005, Meteorological Services. Item 007, Registrar General. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 005, Meteorological Services. Item 007, Registrar General. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 007, Households. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund. Item 005, Multi-Sectoral and Other Services. A, Administrative Services. F, Public Buildings. G, Equipment and Vehicles. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $31,500,000 for Head 16, Central Administrative Services, Tobago, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $31,500,000 for Head 16, Central Administrative Services, Tobago, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you to the Permanent Secretary and his team. Thank you, Minister. Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, $5,769,494,200. I will now invite the Minister of Social Development and Family Services to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ministry of Social Development and Family Services plays a leading role in protecting and supporting the poor, vulnerable and marginalized in communities across Trinidad and Tobago. And we work with other stakeholders to ensure that they receive the help that is necessary to helping, empowering, and transforming lives, which is at the center of all that we do on a daily basis. The theme of this year's budget, Building Capacity for Diversification and Growth, aligns with the current thrust of the ministry to foster resilience and independence among our clients. The overall allocation of $5.7 billion for fiscal 2024 demonstrates the government's investments in the empowerment of the vulnerable in Trinidad and Tobago. Hence, accountability, transparency, equity, and efficiency of all projects, programs, and initiatives remain a part of the ministry's focus. To this end, we at the ministry remain committed to continuously strengthening the social safety net and will achieve this by utilizing a multifaceted and streamlined approach, especially harnessing the power of information and communications technology as we deliver vital social programs and services to our citizenry. I wish to thank the permanent secretaries, the executive and management team, as well as the staff of the ministry for their support, as we remain resolute in leaving no one behind.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $5,769,494,200 for Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $5,769,494,200 for Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following heads, under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead, yes, sorry, Member for Approach West.
I'm referring the Minister to line item 05, Government's Contribution to NIS. Minister, I noted that you had an increase in your spend from the revised $1 million to $1.3 million in 2023, and you're now projecting a $100,000 increase. Was this $300,000 on the basis of arrears in 2023?
The filling of vacant positions.
Some of those positions would have been filled in fiscal 2023 as well.
Some. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 003, Social Welfare, Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. 003, Social Welfare, line item 06, Remuneration to Board Members. Minister, I note in 2024, there's a decrease by $626,000. I note that previously you would have indicated that due to the workload, you would be splitting the Tunapuna and Chaguanas boards. This increase does not reflect that. So I'm just asking whether there was an about turn in terms of splitting the boards.
No, we still will be splitting the board. We start with the Tunapuna first. But there's one board, which is St. David, which will not be in operation anymore. So we'll be using the St. Andrews board to cover St. Andrews and St. David. But we will be splitting the Tunapuna board.
So
Arima will be coming on stream this fiscal.
Sure, so therefore this allocation will be sufficient.
It should be sufficient.
I'm only asking because you know how important boards are, social welfare boards, due to the fact that when persons appeal, etc., it goes to the board, so to ensure that all boards are functional.
Okay.
Member for Couva South.
That's a follow-up, to the Minister. And I heard you said that the St. David board is no longer functional. Why, or the rationale for disbanding this particular board?
Well, it's not really a disbandment. Really, it is because there are not enough applications, because the St. David would be just Toko alone. So therefore, we merged Sandy Grande and Toko.
Okay, and across the board, you have a full complement of board members at the respective boards functioning?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Item 005, Child Development Center, Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 00501, Salaries and Cost of Living Allowance. Minister, I note that previously you would have indicated this center is no longer open. Has it reopened, noting the allocation of $1 million in 2024 for salaries and COLA?
Okay, the officers from this area were reassigned, so they still have to be paid, so this is for their salaries.
Sure. Minister, I note 05, government's contribution to NIS, an increase of $100,000. Given that these officers were absorbed at primary schools, I believe you stated before, are there still engagement of persons to fill vacant posts given the increase in NIS?
Well, actually, these are the same officers that were reassigned, like, for example, the manager, a clerk, one clerk typist, a cleaner, janitor, driver. They were reassigned, so they are still being paid and paying NIS.
But through you, Madam Chair, the NIS was increased. So what's the reason for this increase? Is it arrears?
I wouldn't be able to say.
Maybe you can check and
Yes.
provide us with an update later on.
Okay.
Sure.
Item 006, National Family Services. Member for Shogunas East.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you again. 01, salaries and cost of living. Minister, given the nature of families post-COVID-19, which I know the ministry is heavily engaged in terms of providing support, etc., to families, can you indicate whether the vacant posts under this particular line item? I note previously you would have stated that there are 22 permanent positions and 18 vacant positions. So given the nature of families post-COVID, can you state for us whether these 18 positions were filled?
Well, what has happened is that the Service Commission is indicated that these offices can only be filled upon completion of an evaluation exercise, which is taking place now.
So we can.
And this is ongoing with the CPO.
Okay, thank you.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Shogunas East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few questions under this particular head. I will start with 05, telephones. Minister, I note a significant decrease of $1.1 million under this particular line item. Can I ask whether this has to do with significant clearing of telephone arrears or whether call centers were closed?
No call centers were closed. This decrease would have been because we have been managing our telephones as much as possible. If we require more funds, the funds would be fired. Okay.
Item 08, rent, lease, office accommodation, and storage. Minister, I note a decrease of $1.3 million under this particular line item. I know previously you would have mentioned merging of offices and departments. Can you indicate for us whether this decrease under this particular line item has to do with any merging or closure of any offices?
Yes, there was a decrease in rent because 2 offices were relocated to state-owned buildings. One Siparia and also Tobago.
So they were relocated and functioning?
Yes.
Sure. Thanks a lot. Madam Chair, line item 16. I note a sizable increase of $12 million. Minister, given your responses in terms of digitalization within the ministry and its various departments, can you state for us why this particular increase of $12 million under contract employment?
Because the ministry is expected to recruit over 168 persons in various contract positions, and of course, part of this has to do with our digitization efforts.
Okay, Madam Chair, through you, can I ask the Minister to provide a detailed list of all contract positions in writing and that are proposed to be filled in this fiscal year, inclusive of the justification, job description, and proposed salaries for those positions?
Will do.
Yes? Madam Chair, as I move on, item 17, in terms of training, can I ask if the Minister can provide a proposed list of expenditure in terms of the training exercises for the ministry under this particular head? Yes?
Yes, we will.
Sure, thank you. Item 28, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, item 28, other contracted services. Madam Chair, I note the ministry, based on the Minister's indication, that the ministry was setting up the TSTT1 Flow website as well as Memory Bank. Minister, can you provide an update as per this setup? based on this increase in allocation of $332,000?
Well, that is not being paid under this vote. This vote deals with health and safety items recommended by our committee, OSHA. This also deals with the waste disposal at the Couva Social Services Center, the server room AC support, parts and labor costs for the server room, electrical maintenance and support,
Sure.
and access control maintenance and support. This will be under other contracted services.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'm only asking in the context of the response previously.
This is not dealing with the digitization efforts that you are referring to with regards to ICT related. It's not taken from this vote.
Madam Chair, as I move on, item 37, janitorial services. My questions are similar in terms of 37 and 43, security services. Janitorial services, Madam Chair, I note the increase of $1 million, as well as security services, 43, I note an increase of $1 million. Minister, I note previously you would have indicated that you intend to merge offices and departments. Has that changed? Do you have intentions of having new offices, or what does this increase reflect?
This increase is because besides merging, we are also expanding. We will be moving the Port of Spain office. We intend to open the Arima office, so we would need janitorial and security services also. And God's willing, we are hoping to split the Chaguanas office also.
May I ask, in your hope to split the Chaguanas office, do you have any proposed locations or so already?
Well, we are looking at this point, and I believe it's supposed to be in Couva.
Sure. Madam Chair, thank you under this particular.
Member for Couva South.
Yes, to go back a bit on the issue of contract employment, Minister, I can recollect that.
Which is the line item?
16 contract employment. You indicated that in the 2023 Standing Finance Committee, you indicated that this sum of money of $31 million would have been utilized to create new units within your ministry, the investigation unit, the citizens engagement and reconciliation unit. Could you advise this meeting if those units have been established and your 2024 estimates have increased from 31 to 43 million, if indeed this increased allocation would be expended in recruitment of contract officers within these units?
Yes, these units were established, and of course some of the positions are not filled in these units also, so this will also cover some of these positions.
Okay, so could you probably, with the passage of time, furnish this meeting with the job classifications that you intend, or categories you intend to fill in these particular units?
Will do.
Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you. Minister, under the sub-item dealing with contract employment, it was noted that several new units were going to be created, like the investigations unit and so on. At the Tunapuna Social Welfare Office, the St. Augustine constituents utilized that office. And so on several occasions, when clients, citizens make applications, they are told that there is no officer for their specific area, that the contract has come to an end, and they sometimes have to wait for a month, and very often it is more than a month. Apparently, during the period that that contract person is on break, you don't have that person's file being attended to. I have several constituents who wait for months, and there seems to be either insufficient contract staff or a problem with the administration in ensuring that contract officers are covering all area. And my constituents are really feeling it, because these officers have to conduct investigations, they have to attend to the files, they have to send their applications for approvals. Can you indicate what is the challenge with your contract employees, particularly at Tunapuna office, but in general?
Well, this is an area that we're working on. We are aware that there are some issues there with regards to employment, and hopefully soon we should be able to address it. Some of the established positions, we also are waiting word from Service Commission, and we have hired a lot of short-term persons to help with this issue. But hopefully we should be able to deal with this in this coming fiscal.
And I want to ask you to consider persons from within the regions who could be even retired people and so on, who have a history of social work in the communities to be considered for these positions, because we need people who are really caring. We have people in those positions who are just doing a job and they don't have much compassion. They treat this like paperwork and it's people's lives they're dealing with. I don't know the officers there, but I would like to see people from the communities who are aware of the social issues getting these jobs as contract officers to attend to the communities within the region.
Well, I agree with you, but I want to say it doesn't necessarily mean because they're from the community they care. How do you teach people to care? They have to care, and I agree with you.
Item 002, Division of Aging. Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Minister. Minister, can you, based on this increase of $650,000, can you indicate whether the Inspector 1 and the 6 business operations assistants positions were filled?
Where are you?
Item 16, contract employment.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Well, actually, at this time, the ministry is at various stages of recruitment to fill the vacant positions. Persons have been interviewed in some of these positions, and the following will be filled. Inspector 2 is not filled. Inspector 1, Project Support Officer, Social Research Assistant.
Sure, thanks.
Item 003, Social Welfare. Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Social Welfare, and I'm on page 349. Contract employment, item 16. Madam Chair, I note that it is stated as an increase of $790,000, but in 2023, the revised estimate, no allocation here, or no expenditure, should I say. Minister, can I ask, in the last Standing Finance Committee meeting, you would have indicated that your intention was to employ field officers, or should I say laser officers, in order to service clients more efficiently due to a backup of 2,000 plus applications. Can I ask what happened there in terms of the 2023 revised estimate, nothing being utilized, and now you have the same allocation in 2024?
Well, we actually hired short-term contract officers in 2023 to fill some of these positions.
So, Minister, can you indicate what would this particular allocation be utilized for, of $790,000?
We have 2 positions of social welfare field officer to be filled, finance coordinator, business operations coordinator, business operations assistants, 1 and 2, office support assistants, messengers, attendants.
Sure. Minister, can you indicate how soon the ministry intend to fill these positions, given the issues of, backlogs, persons are waiting visits, persons are waiting, some form of update in terms of their applications?
Well, we have persons on board, We hired short-term persons, so we have to go through the process, and this is what is happening, because some of these persons here are for the ARIMA Social Welfare Office that we intend to open soon.
Sure. Madam Chair, I move to item 22, short-term employment. I note a sizable increase of $3.8 million. Minister, can you indicate what is I note under this particular line item, previously you would have given information on the Citizens Engagement Unit to deal with matters such as what my colleague just raised or other MPs on both sides. Can you give an update as to whether this allocation will be utilized to really initiate this unit, because to date we have not had any update in terms of the Citizens Engagement Unit being stationed at the constituency offices?
Well, actually, they were not supposed to be stationed at the constituency. They are at the local boards, and they would be the point of contact for some persons.
Madam Chair, through you, Minister, previously you would have indicated constituency offices, hence for the various MPs, hence I'm asking based on constituency offices.
No.
So am I to infer that now they will be at local boards and they will have some type
They
of
would be the
liaison
point
with
of
the...
contact with the constituency offices.
Good,
also.
so people's issues can be resolved at some level.
Yes.
Sure, thank you. Madam Chair, I move on to other contracted services. An increase of $400,000. Minister, can you indicate whether the direct deposit is accommodated under this line item?
No, it's not accommodated
No.
here.
What would be
This
utilized?
line item is for payment to NIB, PTSC, because we pay PTSC for the elderly to travel on the bus, TT Post, the fees for security and for delivery of grants.
Minister, can I ask one additional question under this line item in terms of the PTSC services? How efficient is it at this point in time in terms of the various areas, and is this particularly for senior citizens as well as disabled persons?
Well, particularly, this payment is for senior citizens.
Sure. And you are having an efficient service throughout the country?
Well, I could speak for the Ministry of Social Development, not PTSC.
In terms of your ministry, yes?
Yes.
Sure. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Madam Chair, for now.
Member for Old West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, I'm referring you to line items 16 and 22. In your explanation to my colleague as to why there was no spend in line item 16, contract employment, why there was no spend out of the 790,000, you indicated that that was because persons were brought on via short-term employment. However, when I look at short-term employment, I actually see a reduction in 2023 in the revised figure, as opposed to an increase. So if you were bringing in persons via short-term employment to work under what would have been required as contract employment, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Which line? You spoke about the 16. 16 is contract, 22 short term. Which
Yes,
one are you
ma'am.
referring to?
So I'm looking at, when you explained to my colleague before why there was no spend in 2023, although there was an estimate of 790,000, you indicated that that was because persons were brought in via short-term employment.
Yes.
So one would have expected that the vote then for short-term employment would have been bumped up. Instead, we saw a reduction. So I am not sure how, well, your figures, your maths is not matching for me, in that we should have seen an increase in estimated, revised estimate 2023, and we haven't. Is it that then, I want to help you to help me, is it then that the short-term employment was reduced even more, so that that increase that you would have used for the balance kind of netted out?
Yes, it would have decreased, because once there's the short-term employment is only when you have the need for the person. All right? So therefore, there are times that persons would be off.
Thank you.
Item 005, Child Development Center. Item 006, National Family Services. Item 007, Disability Affairs Unit. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Division of Aging. Item 003, Social Welfare. Item 006, National Family Services. Item 007, Disability Affairs Unit. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 005, non-profit institutions. 28, senior citizens' homes. Minister, I note an increase. Well, in 2023 estimate, we had 1.2 million 2023 revised 800,000, and 2024 1 million. So a small increase of 200,000. Minister, do you see this amount as sufficient for these homes?
Item 28, right?
Yes. Do you see this amount as sufficient?
Yes, it is. It is sufficient.
Okay. Minister, item 29, senior citizen centers. I note in 2023 revised, you would not have had any expenditure. I'm guessing it's because of the closure of these centers, but I see in 2024 you have an estimate of $1.3 million. Is it that these centers would reopen in this financial year?
Yes, we intend to open the centers on a phase basis.
And this sum would be considered an adequate amount?
Yes, it will be.
Sure. Item 31, contribution to non-profit institutions. Given the positive roles in which these institutions play in terms of maintaining the social fabric of society, I note that there's a decrease of $700,000. How is this expected to impact these institutions and what they offer?
Well, based on the amount that we give them, this is sufficient.
This is sufficient?
Yes, it is.
So there's no closure of any institutions or anything like that?
None of these that we pay.
Sure. Thanks a lot, Madam Chair, for now.
Member for Oropouche West.
That would be 31, contribution to non-profit institutions. Minister, when you were here on the last occasion, 1 year ago, for the Standing Finance Committee, you detailed some of the proposed expenditure with this $8 million, and you viewed it then as critical to have moved from 5 million, it's now 5 million actual in 22, to 8 million in 2023. Your spend only was $5 million. Can the minister indicate what was proposed in 2023 fiscal that was not done in 2023? Or is it then that your requests from these various institutions that you're seeking to assist was less than you had projected?
It might just be that, because I'm seeing the list of here, and we have the same list of persons receiving.
Yeah, but is it that they would have asked for less, or would it have been that they were given less?
No, I don't think they were given less or they asked for less. I think this is the amount that we have on board here. I can make a check on this.
All right. So, Minister, can I ask then that you provide a little clarification on that subsequently?
I will.
Minister, if I may pursue some item 43, that will be on page 353. Your contribution to non-profit institutions. You had an estimate again last year for $1.5 million, but you spent $500,000. You're now coming to ask for even less than your initial 2023 estimate. Can you indicate, again, what would have caused the decrease, the reduction in fiscal 2023 from 1.5 million to only about a $500,000 spend?
Because this vote deals with particularly it's non-profit institution, other social parenting. And in doing the estimates and in looking at the work plans for the year, it was envisaged that that would be enough, because these family services use this vote for the virtual grandparenting workshops, parenting for men, co-parenting, parents in the know. This is what this is used for, basically.
So, Minister, the question would be the same for the other line item, which is contribution to non-profit institutions, other social family. So is it then that you believe that the allocation in fiscal 2023 was sufficient, and that your current allocation, which is slightly higher, would now be sufficient for the purposes of contributions to non-profit institutions in terms of both parenting and family for fiscal 2024?
Yes, it would be.
Thank you.
Item 006, educational institutions, member for Chaguanas West.
East. Thanks.
East,
Yes.
sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 01, Adult Education Program. Minister, I note that in 2023, the estimated figure would have been $2 million. In the revised estimate in 2023, no spent, and in 2024, an estimated figure of $1.7 million. Can you advise why this allocation was not spent?
This is because the program is being restructured in keeping with our digitalization efforts. What we feel that the ministry should not just be about grants, but also about self-sufficiency. So we are going to tie it into our seed program and also with our step-up program. So we want persons to step out of just receiving grants, but also to educate them so that they will be able to be more self-sufficient and independent. So this year, we intend to resume our adult education program, but with a difference, because some of the programs that we were having were the same programs that other ministries were having. So persons could have applied for, a particular course at community development or sports, but we were going to do something different where persons will be able, particularly for young entrepreneurs. And this is what we intend to do, and this will resume in this fiscal.
Madam Chair, I know the Minister previous responses as well in terms of the step-up program, having persons graduate from dependence to independence through the step-up. And I note that in 2022 actual, no expenditure. In 2023, no expenditure. I do hope that in 2024, we can have persons really become independent in terms of weaning away from the social system as the step-up program indicates.
Well, this is not the step-up program. This is just a part of the step-up program. So we have been working on the step-up program, but this adult education is just only a part of the step-up program.
Sure, I note your comments on restructuring, but given the fact that no allocation were utilized from 2 different financial years, can you give the assurance that you would get somewhere in this financial year with these both programs?
Yes, we intend to.
Sure. Thanks for now.
Member for Oropouche West.
Line item. Minister, you said in your explanation to my colleague just now that some of the expenditure under this program was going towards the development of young entrepreneurs.
Yes.
So this is not literacy, this is financial literacy and similar things?
Yes.
The Minister of Finance in his budget presentation advised that one of the programs that he was developing would have been partnering with an adult literacy program. Are you also working together with that program, or is this going to end up being another duplication like what you referred to before, where we have multiple ministries trying to, in fact, do the same thing with different funds under different heads?
That will only be one of the areas that we would be working with them where this is concerned. That's just one of the topics that will be covered, and we intend to work with the Ministry of Finance where this is concerned.
Thank you.
Item 007, Households. Member for Shogunas East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 02, Senior Citizens Grant. Minister, can you indicate? Sorry. Yes, 02, Senior Citizens Grant. Minister, I note the same figure from the 2023 revised estimate being projected for the 2024 estimate. Can you indicate whether this sum of $4 billion, $463,090,000 would be sufficient for the Senior Citizens Grant in this fiscal year?
Yes, this will be appropriate.
Minister, can you indicate to us how many persons are in receipt of the Senior Citizens Pension as at September 30th, 2023?
111,797 persons.
Sure. Minister, can you also indicate how many persons are approved and awaiting receipt of this particular grant?
I don't have that information.
Can that be provided at a later date?
Yes, that could be provided.
Sure. Madam Chair, can I ask some other questions under this particular? Thank you. Minister, under 03, Social Assistance, I note that for the last 2 years, you would have indicated to us that income support grants were paid under this particular line item. I note the increase of $1 million for fiscal 2024. Can you indicate whether all income support grants of the phase 1 part of it were paid?
Income support?
Yes. during the standing finance meetings of the last two financial years, you indicated that income support would usually come from this vote. So I'm asking whether all income support under phase 1 would have been paid, completed.
I am not sure if this is particularly public assistance grant.
Yes, Minister, you would have indicated public assistance as well as income support is paid under this particular line item.
No, income support didn't come from here. This is not the line item for
Can you indicate what exactly then is now paid from this line item?
Public assistance grant.
Alone?
Yes, public assistance, yes.
So, Minister, does that mean that we have an increase in the number of public assistance recipients in terms of this increase in allocation projected?
Yes, we have an increase.
Can you state how many persons are awaiting, are approved and awaiting this particular public assistance grant?
I would have to get that information.
Sure, no problem. Minister, in terms of urgent temporary assistance, I note a decrease. Well, the 2023 estimate would have been 15 million. The revised estimate would have been 32 million. And in 2024, you have an estimated figure of 30 million, a decrease of $2 million. Can you indicate what the ministry intends to do with this allocation and whether those persons awaiting numerous flood relief grants, etc., will be paid from this particular allocation?
Yes, they will be paid from this allocation, and if there's a need for more, we would via the funds.
Can you state how many persons are awaiting disaster relief at this time?
We have about, I'll have to check the figure.
If you have to check, you can provide it at a later date. That's not a problem.
I could provide it.
Sure. Minister, in terms of the disability grant, I note that you would have had an allocation of $625 million. The revised estimate in 2023 would have been $648,972,000, and it's the same figure for 2024. Is it that you have more persons expected to join in terms of the adult and minor persons who would be in receipt of this grant?
Yes, indeed. This year alone, we added 1,745 new adults to this program.
And minors?
And minors.
Number 15, sorry?
527.
Sure.
Minors were added.
Madam Chair, just an additional question. In terms of the allocation under this particular line item, Minister, I'm not sure if any, under this particular line item of disability grant assistance, what improvement measures have been afforded for recipients who are awaiting diagnosis? I note that this is a significant setback in terms of minors or even adults receiving this particular grant, which in turn can create a backlog for you, causing problems in terms of your allocation, whether this is being dealt with in collaboration with the Ministry of Health. Can you indicate?
Yes, we actually hired a consultant, a doctor, to assist us with this because we recognize that there is a problem and persons have to wait long to get the information from the doctors. So we're actually having discussions with the Ministry of Health to see how we can fast-track that information for the clients.
I'm not sure if you would have this now, but if you can provide us with it at a later date, in terms of how many persons, as it relates to the disability grant, are awaiting, they would have applied, and they are awaiting some form of diagnosis or certification in terms of their percentages of disability in order to receive the grant.
We wouldn't have that information. When they apply, they have to bring in the medical also.
So, Madam Chair, just one addition. Sometimes they would apply and inform the officers that they are awaiting their medical certificates. Some of them are going to the hospitals, returning, saying that they haven't met a doctor, the doctor is no longer on the list. Things like that they're experiencing as it relates to their certification and diagnosis. So, Hence the reason I'm asking if there are any type of collaborative effort to have these types of issues dealt with and their disability grants fast-tracked, given the nature of persons who are disabled in need of financial assistance.
Well, that's something that we would look into.
Sure.
Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you. My question has to do with the senior citizens grant. The member for Chaguanas had asked about the allocation there and if it is sufficient. I was under the impression that perhaps the allocation was not sufficient to deal with applications, because what I have observed is that people who apply for senior citizens grant, they seem to have a longer waiting period now. Are you aware of that, and can you say what is being done to address the situation? Most times they wait more than a year.
I am not aware that there is a longer waiting period because we signed an MOU with the Ministry of National Security, Immigration, with regards to, because that is one of the outstanding information that is needed with regards to senior citizens application, and therefore they should be able to get that information even much quicker and be able to provide it. But we will look at it.
I will appreciate that. Madam Minister, what has been happening in St. Augustine is that it appears that there's a combination of problems with the shortage of contract officers to make the site visits, the field visits and investigations, and other issues that has been causing the people who apply for senior citizens grant, when they make the application, to be on a long waiting period. It is usually between 9 months to a year. It started during the COVID period, and we thought it was the challenges with COVID, but it has persisted and has gotten worse. So I have people in Bamboo and St. Augustine and Curep and so on who are just waiting, and every time they visit the office, they are told someone will visit you, and it keeps going on for months. So I'll appreciate if you can investigate and rectify this. Thanks.
Okay, I will investigate, but I also want to say that sometimes it's not just the visit, but sometimes the information, the staff waiting for more information, because I do my checks too. And at times, the application is incomplete, and they would be waiting for the information from the clients also.
Member for, okay.
Yes.
And yeah, Member Chaguanas, please.
Sorry about that, Madam Chair. I didn't realize it went on to page 354, 21, transitional housing. Minister, I'm not sure, but I'm seeing here 2.5 million in the 2023 estimates, but the revised estimates for 2023, no allocation or expenditure. In 2024, though, you have a $2 million allocation again. Can you state what guarantees that this sum will be utilized under this fiscal year?
Well, actually, part of the problem was also because of the procurement issues. This was some of the reasons why there was no expenditure here. But I can assure you that for this fiscal, this money will be used.
Sure. That's okay.
Yes, Member for Bushwest.
Minister, just to follow up on that item, transitional housing. So is it that requests were made to the ministry for transitional housing, but you were unable to provide that support because of the fact that there were some procurement issues?
No, well, actually, these are places that need to be completed. For example, Hernandez Place is one, Carapo, that is another. The tenders were completed. Part of it is that no preferred operator was identified. We had actually tenders out for management.
Right.
But the persons didn't make the grade, so we had to send it back out, and of course that took some time. So that was part of the issue here also, besides the procurement issues.
So what would have been done with persons who would have been targeted to be using these facilities?
Now, we have no one in these places at this time.
Thank you.
Item 009, other transfers. Member for Chaguanas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 02, National Social Development Program, the NSDP. Minister, I note that the 2023 estimate was that of 5 million. The revised estimate in 2023, 1.5 million. And 2024, it's now upwards to 4 million, an increase of 2.5 million. Minister, can you state whether this sum or this allocation will be sufficient to clear all outstanding payments and also cater for fiscal 2024 applicants?
It may not be, but we intend to transfer via as required during this fiscal.
Sure. Can you state how many outstanding applications are there, approved applications for payment?
We have about, what's the figure? I'll tell you just now, we have it here, but I want to say that in fiscal 2023, many persons benefited from this, over 2,000 persons.
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing.
In fiscal 23, I'm waiting on the figure with regards to how many outstanding, okay? Because we have that figure.
Sure. If you can provide it in your updates or additional information.
So what I could do, I could send it to you.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair, for now.
Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Item 004, statutory boards. Honourable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 15, Lady Ho Choice Centres of Trinidad and Tobago. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, Lady Ho Choice Home North. Item 002, Lady Ho Choice Home South. We are at page 517 in the other book. Item page 517. Item 003, Penal Daycare and Training Center. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, Lady Ho Choice Home North. Item 002, Lady Ho Choice Home South. Item 003, Penal Daycare and Training Center. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, Lady Ho Choice Home North. Item 002, Lady Ho Choice Home South. Item 003, Penal Daycare and Training Center. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. 41, Trinidad and Tobago Association for the Hearing Impaired. We're at page 525. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration, Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to draw the Honourable Minister's attention to line item 01, Salaries and Cost of Living Allowance. Minister, I recognize from the actual spend of 3.3 million, the revised estimate for 2023 of 3.2 million, there's a significant decrease of 1.3 million for fiscal 2024. Can you kindly advise us the reason for this decrease?
Because this is sufficient to meet the expenditure for the established staff, which is 27 persons.
Minister, if the actual spend for 2022 was 3.3 million, is it that we are reducing the number of staff in 2024 for this institution?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Has there been a reduction in staff for this institution? Taking into consideration the actual spend for 2022 was 3.3 million, what we're seeing projected for 2024 is 1.9 million. That's a significant decrease.
Not to my knowledge, no.
So can you assist us with some kind of explanation how we move from 3.3 to 1.9 if it's the same number of staff and it's the same salaries?
I believe what Some of the expenditure here, money was being expended under the wrong line item, so they adjusted it. So that's the reason.
And that was from which line item? It was being...
Salaries
the error came
COLA.
from where?
Dretchy, under Dretchy. 13 Dretchy staff were realigned to the Gretchy line. Also, janitorial services staff, that money was realigned to. It was being paid under the wrong code.
Okay, thank you for your explanation.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Subhead, member for Kuvasa?
02,
Member
goods
for
and,
Governor?
yeah, goods and services for general administration.
Yes.
Line item 28, Honorable Minister, other contracted services, I see a decrease of $105,000 there from $385 in 2022 to $300 in 2023. It has now been reduced to $195. Any reason for this decrease?
Well, Tahi actually requested this amount. It was a request.
Okay, thanks.
Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, item 001, item 007, Households, item 009, Other Transfers. 42, Trinidad and Tobago Blind Welfare Association, and we're now at page 532. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honorable Minister, line item 16, contract employment. Minister, I see this line item also has experienced a decrease of $331,000. Can you kindly explain the reason for this decrease?
What line item?
Contract employment, line item 16. Can you advise if the same number of persons in 2023 will be retained in 2024, or if it is that there will be a decrease in contract employment positions?
All right, there was a reduction based on the realignment of salary for the executive officer and accountant to personnel expenditure. And of course, the allocation for janitorial services realigned to line 37.
Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, item 007, Households. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, Development Program, Consolidated Fund, we're at page 152. Item 004, Social Infrastructure. Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Item 044, under Welfare Services, Establishment of Social Displacement Centers. Minister, I note in 2023, the revised estimate was that of $2.5 million. Can you give an explanation as to what was undertaken with this $2.5 million?
Well, refurbishment work for 6 apartments in Penal to establish a transitional facility. Completed the outfitting and miscellaneous works at Hernandez Place, and the outfitting of the Couva facility with furniture and appliances.
Madam Chair, anything at I know you mentioned at the last committee meeting, is it Beaumont Hill, Point Fortin, as well as YWCA Hostel, located at Cipriani Boulevard? Any works undertaken there?
No work was done there.
Minister, you now have a 2024 estimate of $8 million. What is proposed to take place under with this allocation, rather?
Well, the work at the YWCA Center, the final commissioning works at Carapo House, transitional facility, work to be done at Mary Jenny Pool facility. The Couva Transitional Facility, there's also some work to be done there as well. And of course, the external works at the Penal facility.
Minister, I note previously you would have indicated Caparo, is it? Caparo, you just mentioned, was completed. You are saying that
Hernandez Place.
Hernandez Place.
Yeah, completed.
Minister, given that in 2023 you were allocated 4 million but only utilized 2.5, what assurances can you give that this 8 million will be utilized at these particular places just listed to ensure its functionality?
Well, in some of these, the contracts were already awarded, so we expect the work to continue as soon as possible.
Minister, 096 Development Center for Persons with Challenges. I note that in 2023 you were allocated $2 million. The revised estimate for 2023 was that of 500,000. In 2024 you now have an allocation of $5.5 million. Can you indicate what was undertaken with the 2023 allocation in terms of this $500,000? And can the centers be identified where works were undertaken?
Okay, there was an upgrade of the fire and fire prevention system. Also, a surveillance system was installed.
At which center?
This is the 096.
Yes, but can you identify which center, the extinguisher, etc.?
NTRC.
National Therapeutic Center.
Yeah.
So only 500,000 expended. Minister, can I ask whether this $5.5 million will be expended at that particular National Therapeutic Center?
Yes, because a tender is out for the outfitting, and we are soon to award a contract for the final commissioning works that is supposed to be done at this center.
Madam Chair, Minister, through you, Minister, your social sector investment program indicates that works would have been completed at this center. Now you are saying that you still have works to
yes,
take
we have
place
some final work to be done
at this particular center. Minister, yes. Can you give an assurance that these works will be completed under this fiscal year?
Well, we will be doing our utmost best to have it completed. We recently signed an agreement with Digital, and they will be assisting us with the outfitting of this center.
Sure. Minister, Madam Chair, through you, Minister, can you indicate upon completion whether the organizations who your ministry have a long-standing relationship with in terms of Cerebral Palsy Society, as well as I think it's the therapeutic organization, etc., would they be allowed back into the facility to carry out their therapeutic treatment, etc.?
Yes, persons who work with persons with disability, all types of disability, will be allowed access to this center.
So they can look forward to that under this fiscal year, may I ask?
Well,
given the nature of their challenges and the helplessness of some of these people being disabled.
I understand, and we're trying our best to have it completed as soon as possible.
Sure. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair, for now.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. A, administrative services. Member for Old West.
Thank you, ma'am. Minister, under administrative services, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heads. Under all of the heads, you had estimated, so this is a very broad question, but under all of the heads, you had estimated a certain amount of money for fiscal 2023 for the purposes of digitization of the various admin areas. But in some of those heads, at least 3 of those heads, no spend, and in the other heads, the spend was a fraction of what was proposed. So you had this grand idea in 2023, at the start of 2023, about introducing digitization to a wide body of services, a wide body of facilities, but it did not happen in 2023. Can the Minister advise why that was so, and if it was so, why that was so, and what effect that would have had on your delivery of service?
One of this was due to also procurement. There were some issues with regards to procurement, of course. And also, the Ministry of Digital Transformation has been working with us, and there have been some changes to the specs so that we'll be in alignment with a whole of government approach with regards to our digitalization efforts.
Minister, so would that be true specifically of item 042, the enterprise wireless solution, which you had budgeted $900,000 for at the start of fiscal 2023, but you didn't spend any, and now your budget for it is $500,000, which is a little more than half. So that would be the reason if you respect your requirements.
Well, at this point, we have to reissue a tender under this line item, and we have to do a configuration and implementation of the hardware, and the testing and handover of this wireless network is supposed to take place in 2024. What took place in 2023, though, was the initiation and planning and the development of the terms and reference and requests for proposals. The evaluation was completed, and the bid from the vendor was rejected due to not meeting the specifications.
So that evaluation and so on would have been done in-house.
To cause this delay.
All that evaluation and so on would have been done in-house, which is why there's no bill for it?
Yes, it was done, I believe, in-house.
Thank you. Minister, line item 038 specifically, you had a $5 million estimate for the enterprise business continuity solution. So this would have been a carry-on. So it's a project that would have started before because we had an actual spend of $2.5 million in 2022
yes.
and an estimated $5 in 2023, but you only spent $1 million.
Yes.
Can the minister indicate what would have caused that severely reduced expenditure? Because I note that you've gone back in 2024 with a similar $5 million spend.
Well, the infrastructure works was completed, civil works, electrical and mechanical, in fiscal 2023. Yes. The SharePoint platform was established, and iGovTT was engaged to activate the licenses for this. There was the installation of a business continuity backup and disaster recovery solution. This took place. The server room environmental monitoring, the procurement and installation of the server room monitoring devices. This was done. So outstanding for 2024 is the installation of equipment and systems for our Couva data center, the construction of a new septic tank for the Couva Social Services Center, that is under this, the completion of internal and external works, which include air conditioning, and also an RFP was published on this month, actually, with regards to some of this work to be done.
Thank
October
you,
the 9th.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah.
F, public buildings. Member for Couva North, where are you?
Item 032.
Okay, so
Yes.
stay with us, right? Establishment of an integrated social enterprise management.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
Honorable Minister, this EPAS, this project 32, establishment of an integrated social enterprise management system. I recognize that you used $2 million out of the $3.5 million. There's still another $3.5 million allocated for 2024. Can you advise us in terms of the number of clients of the ministry and has been able to successfully utilize the service?
You're talking about the, which one is it? 032?
Project 32?
Establishment of an integrated social enterprise?
Yes.
Okay.
I know that there were some challenges at first for the clients of the ministry to be able to access the online portal, to access this online platform, etc. Can you advise us how that has worked out, how many clients has been successful to come on board, and how much more you anticipate you will be able to successfully migrate in or get on board in 2024?
No, actually, we are still involved in the data cleansing system. Training was conducted, They completed the installation of at some locations, 15 locations. That's what took place in 2023, right? We established some model offices, and the functional testing has been taking place. But for 2024, the ministry is expected to undertake the application support, the add-on of fee tiers. We suspect that we may need additional funds, actually, because we also have the final payment for the implementation of the system. So we are still just moving forward on a phase basis.
So for this line item, you may see something being requested in the mid-year review?
Yes, for this item, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. Yes, Minister.
Please, thank you very much. I just want to remind the members of the opposition in particular that where they see a revised estimate, it's not the actual expenditure. The only actual expenditure is the 2022 actual. So sometimes they're asking about expenditure with the revised estimate. It's not expenditure. Right? I just want us to bear that in mind, please. Thank you.
F, Public Buildings, Member for Shogunas East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. F, Public Buildings 003, outfitting of buildings for the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services Division. Minister, I note you have a revised estimate of $3 million and for the year 2023, but in 2024 you have a $10 million estimate. Can you state which offices you intend to outfit in terms of the various regions or generally Ministry of Social Development buildings?
The Port of Spain office, which will be relocated, that is one. The new Arima office that we intend to open. The splitting of the Shogunas local board, that's another office. And we also intend to relocate the Point 14 office.
Infrastructure Development Fund, item 004, Social Infrastructure. Item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services. Honorable members, the question is, where are you? Multi-sectoral?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. I note 001, construction of a head office for the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, an estimate of $2 million being, and this line item being a new project. I know just now you indicated that you would be having a new office under outfitting, but under multi-sectoral, now you're seeing the construction of a headquarters. Minister, can you shed some light on this new project? Maybe indicate us where you intend to have this particular headquarters and so on?
Okay, this headquarters is proposed to be at the old Printry building on Tragrit Road, Port of Spain. Udicock is a project manager. The tender process went out, and I believe they're supposed to award a contract soon.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Madam Chair, just an additional question. I notice it's a very small sum of $2 million in terms of construction of a new headquarters. What is your intended timeline for this particular project
About 2
to
to
be
3
completed?
years.
2 to 3 years?
Yes.
Okay. Can you state what this $2 million will be covering exactly? Just the design? What is it?
I think this has to be part of the mobilization. I don't even think it would be enough for the mobilization fee, but basically Ministry of Finance is supposed to handle this aspect. When the Minister of Housing, who was planning at the time, would be able to answer this.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as you know, when we send out these RFPs, what we try to do is make sure that we have funds in the budget to be able to start the process. We do not anticipate that the actual construction will necessarily start, except for the removal of the items that are now on the site, because the site is a site that is not empty. It's a site that still has some old buildings on it and so on, so we have to prepare the site. But this will cover the RFP, the design, and certain other preliminary aspects of the project. And what we're trying to do is go as close as possible to what can be done in at least the first year. And if we need more money, as we have said in previous instances, we'll come back in the mid-year and ask for
Thanks a lot, Madam Chair.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $5,769,494,200 for Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $5,769,494,200 for Head 78, Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, PS. Thank you, Acting PS, and the various members of your team. Thank you very much. Head 30, Ministry of Labour. Head 30, Ministry of Labour, $399,562,700. I will now invite the Minister of Labour to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to meet with these distinguished members this morning in this Standing Finance Committee to discuss the budgetary allocations of the Ministry of Labour for the 2023-24 fiscal year. I wish to express my gratitude first to the hard-working staff that have accompanied me this morning, and all those at the Ministry of Labour and our stakeholders who go beyond the call of duty to make decent work a reality in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Chair, as Trinidad and Tobago continues its gradual recovery from the pandemic, the Minister of Finance mentioned that the unemployment rate for the third quarter of 2023 fell to 3.7% from 4.9% for the second quarter of 2023. This is testament to the government's sound and coherent policies, impactful programs guided by Vision 2030. In the fiscal year 2024, the Ministry of Labour will continue with its mandate of promoting decent work, maintaining industrial peace, and providing equal opportunities for all at the workplace. This will be achieved through key activities such as labour legislation reform, facilitating opportunities for employment and employability, development of human resources through education and training provided by the Cipriani College of Labour and Cooperative Studies, enhanced labour market information, increase public education on rights and responsibilities in the workplace, and the strengthening of social dialogue on key labour issues. Underpinning all of our work is a thrust towards greater digitalization of our services to improve efficiency and accessibility to all. The Ministry of Labour will continue its efforts in fiscal 2024 on the facilitation of employment and training opportunities through the National Employment Service and the On-the-Job Training Program, as well as the Commonwealth Caribbean Seasonal Agricultural Program, commonly referred to as the FARM Program. In so doing, we will be fostering greater inclusion of marginalized groups such as persons with disabilities and our youth. In closing, Madam Chair, the Ministry of Labour has continued to deliver and remains committed to our mandate. We look forward to participating in the deliberations of this committee and to a productive session ahead. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $399,562,700 for Head 30, Ministry of Labour, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $399,562,700 for Head 30, Ministry of Labour, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of the recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, under 01, Salaries and Cost of Living, the projected expenditure for 2024 has decreased by approximately $700,000. Could you advise this meeting as to the reason or reasons for the reduction?
When we looked at the actual expenditure in 2022 and we extrapolated coming into 2023 and into 2024, as you know, a lot of variables come into play, and we have a number of people who may be retiring and who will not form part of the active work group. Our recruitment for those jobs may be in contract or short-term employment, and therefore we do not see an issue with the reduction of the $700,000 affecting our recruitment and what we need to do. Additionally, by mid-year, based on the recruitment exercises we are doing currently, we expect to make an adjustment if it is necessary. Okay, so you have indicated about retirement. So the persons who will be or who are due to retire, are they on the establishment within the public service? Yes. So, and if you are to recruit following their retirement, will they be recruited on contract or through the procedures within the recruitment? Through the public service procedures. Through public service. And how many vacancies currently exist within the Ministry of Labour on the establishment? 93. Number of vacant positions is 193. The number of vacant positions with bodies are 100 and without bodies 93. Thank you.
Item 004, Occupational Safety and Health Authority. Member for Couva South.
Under 06, remuneration to board members, I see that the estimates for 2024 has been reduced by 100,000. Could you provide an explanation as to why?
It was reduced by 100,000. We actually trend around 400, 450. No, let me correct that. It has been reduced by 100,000, and based on the number of members on that board, which is 17, and where we are going, we are most likely to have to come back for an additional sum at mid-year.
Minister, do you have a full complement, because this board is supposed to be tripartite in nature?
Yes, we have a full
complement of board members as at this point in time?
Yes, we just had a full board. We did a board change recently, and all the members of the board are now in place, the 17 members.
So you have a 17-member board,
yes.
And you are saying in the mid-year you will come back for additional funding to, as it relates to payment of remuneration to board members?
Yes, because in the build-up to this, we did not have a board for a couple months, and therefore that would reflect in the in the fees paid and the reduction in the fees, and we anticipate that that will go back up with the establishment of the full board now.
And probably you could circulate this in terms of a list of the board members and the chairpersons and so on with the passage of time?
If you wish, I can provide you with in writing.
Yes, certainly.
Item 005 on the job training program. Subhead 02 Goods and Services. Item 001 General Administration. Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, under 16 contract employment, how many persons will be recruited additionally with this $1,250,000 in fiscal 2024?
Well, we currently have existing at the OJT a complement of 35.
35 contract officers are paid with $10 million?
No. Just 1 minute. Right. Under OJT, we have 35 public service positions, of which 10 are filled, and the number of vacant positions are 25. We have 23 with bodies and 2 without, and we continue to recruit at this moment. Pardon me for a second. I think I'm getting a little.
Just take your time, Minister.
Repeat that question. You're dealing specifically with OJT, right? Or ministry?
No, we passed the ministry. We are
on
the job training program at this point in time. As it relates to like item 16, contract employment.
That is under general admin.
Administration.
Yes.
That's where we are. We're not OJT. We're under general administration, contract employment, goods and services.
Okay, yeah.
So maybe you can, yes, please. Could you
On
rephrase the question?
16 contract employment, how many persons will be recruited with this additional sum of $1,250,000 $250,000.
I don't think I could answer that question in quite the way it is posed, because to do so would be to have to be very specific in which areas and under what sections we'll be recruiting. What I can tell you is that we have 126 contract positions, 62 are employed, are on board. We have 64 vacant. So we have 64 vacant now according to establishment.
Okay, so could you probably provide a breakdown at some point in time? I do not know if you have the information with what classifications you have 62 existing, right? And
yes,
you project you have 62 vacant positions.
64.
64. Probably out of that 64, how many you intend to recruit in terms of classifications with this additional $1,250,000 in fiscal 2024?
Sure. Right now we're engaging in interviews for a number of those positions, but I can give you a breakdown on what we are looking at currently and what would be outstanding at the end of that exercise.
Would appreciate.
Member for Vancouver North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Honourable Minister to line item 22, short-term employment. Minister, from the actual spend of 2022, which was 4.9 million, the revised estimate, well, the allocation for 2023, the estimate for 2023 was 5.5 million. However, we see that figure has been reduced in the estimate, the revised estimate for 2023. Okay, let me get those figures correct. 4.4 million was the actual spend for 2022, and the revised estimate for 2023 was 5.5 million. Can you advise us the number of warm bodies that were recruited under this line item for 2023?
No, what we can do is I can tell you that a number of those contract short-term employment positions were converted into contract employment. So we had a number of people who worked on short-term, but they really now going back on contract based on our interviews and so on. So this reflects the reduction in the cost for 2024. That we're not going to have so many because we have converted a number of them into contract positions.
Can you advise the number of persons?
I don't think I could give you that now, but I can provide it.
And can you advise if these contract positions that you're saying that was actually filled in 2023, if those positions were advertised publicly?
Yes, they were.
Would you be kind enough to provide us in writing a copy of the advertisement?
No problem.
Item 004, Occupational Safety and Health Authority. Member for Vancouver South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, your 2024 estimates under 08 rent lease, office accommodation and storage has been reduced by $1,046,700. Could you advise why this reduction has occurred?
The OSH Authority is currently in the process of relocating to St. Augustine, St. John's Road. And when they move out from the current premises that they occupy, which are 2, the rent and so on will be reduced. And that is reflected in this line item.
And the relocation of the OSH office to St. Augustine, will that be a building that will be rented or a building that belongs to the state?
Rented.
So there will be some as it relates to rental accommodation for this building?
Yes.
You have the information as in relation to the projection or the projected rental fees for this particular building at St. Augustine?
Yes, we do have it, but I do not have it with me, but I will provide that to you.
Thank you very much. And could I ask, as it relates to 16 contract employment, and this relates to a $14 million allocation, and Minister, is it that all officers within the Occupational Safety and Health Authority at the level of health and safety inspectors are under contract? And that includes the chief inspector also?
Yes, it does.
Chief and deputy chief?
All the positions are contract positions right now.
All?
Yes.
These positions are supposed to be under the establishment within the public service or on?
No, they're not under the public service.
Not under the public service. All right. And given that you have an increase of $1 million to spend in 2024, could you advise this meeting how this $1 million will be spent?
Yes, we have aggressively begun the process of recruiting inspectors in particular to fill the vacancies, and we have recruited a number of them, and we are still in the recruitment process. So this number reflects a movement in 2024 to more people being on board.
Okay, and in terms of your recruitment process, based on industrial accidents that occurred at Paria and also at Naikwan, this increased allocation will be utilized to recruit any specialized officers based on these two industrial accidents which occurred?
Well, we will recruit based on need and what we need to support the work of the USH. Those two incidents, though regrettable, will guide us in terms of what we need in terms of skill sets, and that will be reflected in our recruitment process.
Okay, so there's been no focus in terms of recruitment as it relates to commercial or deep sea diving and so on?
No.
That kind of detail they're asking under, this head, regrettably I can't allow. Okay? Member for Vancouver North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, Minister, line item 16, I continue from where my colleague Vancouver South left off. For this line
Continuing
item,
from where your colleague left off.
well, I wouldn't repeat what he has already asked. Okay. All right, I will.
And
what
you'll
I will
also
ask,
take note of what was not allowed too.
Sorry, ma'am?
You'll also take note of what was not allowed also. That's why I'm saying I hope you would not continue from where your colleague left off. So let's hear your question.
So, moving ahead, Honourable Minister, line item 16, contract employment. I recognize in 2022 the actual spend was 6.8 million. However, the revised estimate for 2023 is 13 million. Would you be able to provide us with the details of the positions that were actually filled in 2023?
We can provide that.
And can you advise if all these positions that were actually filled in 2023 were also advertised publicly?
All the recruitment we do is advertised publicly.
Would you be kind enough to provide us with a copy of the advertisement?
Will do.
Thank you most kindly, Honourable Minister.
Item 005 on the job training program. Member for Vancouver South.
Thank you very much, Chair. Minister, with respect to the revised estimates of $250,000, that $250 million, that was spent in 2023, are you in a position to advise this meeting how
Under what line item?
17,
Thank you.
training.
What's the question?
Go ahead. No,
Yes,
Chair?
please. Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, Minister, with respect to the 2023 revised estimates, $250 million was spent. Could you advise this, are you in a position, I should say, ask to advise how many individuals were engaged and at what levels with this $250 million?
If you're asking for a breakdown,
yeah.
I know we have 4 levels and so on. We
yeah.
could provide that in writing. That is not something we will have.
You don't have that?
Not. Hold on. Okay, the actual amount of trainings for the year 2023 as of September was 4,726, and we placed 2,815. You want to break down on levels? At level 1, it was 1,125. At level 2, 506. At level 3, 73. At level 4, 1,013. At level 5, 98, bringing you to a total of 2,815. We also have it broken down by male, female.
And this projected increase of $5.6 million, again, I do not know if you have the information as it relates to how many and at what levels will they be recruited.
No, we will not have that because it's a very fluid system. But I can tell you that we are working towards the 5,500 to 6,000 mark in terms of placement, in terms of people in the program in 2024. It would be at various levels, so depending on the level and the quantum we have to expend, we would have to adjust. But on average, we are looking to increase it to 5,500.
And based on your commendable vision to raise it to that level, would you be in a position to communicate with members of parliament and so on to advise that we are looking for on-the-job trainees in these areas with these qualifications? Because you know the unemployment rate that you provided, I may question the veracity of that figure. But at the end of the day, we try to assist those who come to our offices searching for employment. And the on-the-job training program is a starting place to gain that necessary experience that is so needed.
And I note from first-hand knowledge that it is well used by the opposition.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you most kindly, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister. Minister, in 2023, line item 17, training, was estimated at $300 million. However, only $250 million was utilized. That's a whole $50 million of training was not utilized. Can you explain what was the challenges of not utilizing this, taking into consideration that we have a number of persons applying for OJT and is still awaiting placement? What has been the stoppage at the ministry to prevent the utilization of these funds?
Okay, so
Madam
the
Speaker,
Minister, yes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, based on a similar question that was asked to the minister who was here previously, which was the Minister of Social Development? Yes. I explained that the revised estimate isn't the actual expenditure. The only actual expenditure is what we see under 2022 actual. So this is an estimate. So it cannot, I'm asking if members of the opposition could understand that. So the minister is being asked a question that is not predicated on a true statement. This is actual is only 2022. So what you're asking is not actual expenditure. Next year, you would be able to ask that question accurately. This is a revised estimate. So you're asking the minister to answer something that is based on an incorrect premise.
Member, I think you may want to revisit the question you would like to use. I think the mischief is in the word utilized. Okay, that's what is the inappropriate question. So I don't know if you want to ask another question.
So can I ask, Honourable Minister, as we disregard the figures provided to us, which was supposed to be a guideline for us to structure our questioning with respect to the revised estimate.
Member, just so that we understand each other, and that's why I spoke after the minister. It is not accurate to say utilized, that is the sum utilized. Your statement just now makes me feel that you have not understood what is being explained to you. Okay? So therefore, if you understood your statement, it could only be seen or reasonably be seen as being inappropriate. Okay? So you're allowed to ask a particular kind of question. All right? So I'm going to ask you to just withdraw that little comment you made. Okay? Because I don't want to say how it sounds, but it's not appropriate. All right?
Thank you most kindly for your guidance, Madam Chair.
Don't forget to ask that you withdraw it.
And I do withdraw the comment and the contribution made previously. I would like to ask the Honourable Minister on the line item 17 with respect to training. Minister, you did indicate in terms of the 4,726 persons benefiting from this line item, you would like to move to reach that 5,500, 6,000 in this financial year. Can you advise us what has been the challenges of the last financial year preventing you from being able to reach that target?
Yeah. There were a number of administrative issues, not the least being the actual building that is housing the OGT program. So we are not able to accommodate as much people in there to do the recruitment that is required. Also, as we expand the program, we have to expand the number of service providers, and we have to bring new people on board. And in doing so, we need to consider a number of things, including the OSH state of the proposed businesses that students would be sent into. And therefore, we try to measure that we don't place students into places where we cannot monitor them effectively and where they may be at risk. So a lot of work is done in those particular areas, and it tends to slow the process. But with the present recruitment that we're doing, we're hoping to ramp up and to be able to manage the expansion to those new companies in a more structured way.
Thank you most kindly, Honourable Minister, for your response, and we look forward to reviewing the performance at the next SFC.
Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, Item 001, General Administration. Item 004, Occupational Safety and Health Authority. Item 005, On-the-Job Training Program. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 004, International Bodies. Item 005, non-profit institutions. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Item 010, other transfers abroad. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Item 004, statutory boards. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. We are at page 199. 17, Cipriani College of Labor and Cooperative Studies. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Member for Couva South.
Just a clarification, Minister. Under 04, if I should, telephone, your 05, sorry.
That's okay.
There's a reduction, increase in the expenditure or projected expenditure of $1,541,400. Could you advise what has contributed to this?
Reduction in?
No, not a reduction, but an increase.
Huh? You sure it's 05? Which one are we dealing with, electricity or telephones?
If based on, let me see, yeah. 04 electricity.
Okay, sorry. Sure. Mm-hmm. So can we hear what it is again, you said, please?
What is the reason for this increase or projected increase of expenditure of $1,541,400 as it relates to, I know the RIC has not increased rates as yet.
This is to cover outstanding arrears.
Outstanding arrears. Okay, so you may have to come back mid-year based on the RIC's recommendation.
Me.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Honorable members, we now move to the draft estimates of the development program. Subhead 09, development program, consolidated fund, we are at page 77. Item 003, economic infrastructure. Member for Couva South.
Under 009, determination and impact of the minimum wage level on the economy. Minister, I see that there was an estimate of $300,000 in 2023. Under the revised estimate, there was no expenditure. And based on the fact that there was
expenditures are similar like utilization. Maybe what we would adopt so that we will all be on the same page. There's no appropriation.
all right.
Okay?
Well,
or there's been a decrease in the appropriation. All right?
And based on what was there, Minister, could you advise, because the minimum wage was increased in this fiscal going forward in 2024, could you advise if this particular study contributed or the findings contributed to the decision as it relates to the increase in the minimum wage?
I think there's a misunderstanding of what this is trying to do. The minimum wage board has a criteria that they use currently for determining minimum wage, and it has to do with consultation and a whole lot of other stuff. This particular project is to create an econometric model that will guide us in determining what a minimum wage should be. We went out for requests for quotations during 2023, and what we got was not deemed acceptable, and therefore we have gone back out, and we are currently in the process. We have some quotes in. We now doing the evaluation, and we are at the financial stage of that particular evaluation. So this has nothing to do with current. This is futuristic in terms of how we determine what a minimum wage should be.
Okay, and thank you, Minister, for the clarification. Will this sum be adequate as it relates to the way forward and what your ministry is attempting to achieve in relation to the determination and impact of the minimum wage level on the economy of the country?
When we do the financial evaluation, we'll be able to answer that question. And right now, that is something in progress.
Okay, and do you have a projected timeline as it relates to the completion of this particular exercise?
9 months.
9 months. Okay, thank you.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honourable members, item 005 spans 2 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. M. Cipriani College of Labour and Cooperative Studies. A. Administrative Services, member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, as it relates to 05 labor legislation reform, could you indicate how this $300,000 will be utilized as it relates to labor legislation reform? 059.
All right, okay, 059. Fortunately for us, we have done quite a bit of work over the last few years in terms of consultation with a number of proposed changes. And what we are doing now is that in fiscal 2024, we hope to bring to the Parliament at least 4 pieces of legislation. So we won't be actually doing a whole lot of stakeholder involvement, which tends to take up a lot of this money. What we are focusing now is on what we have to move it forward in a concrete way. We are still doing work with regards to HIV and child labor and so on, but those costs would not be very significant costs. They generally will just be around consultations.
Okay. You indicated that there were consultations and proposed changes from a legislative point of view. And you further stated, if I am recollecting correctly, that there are 4 pieces of legislation or proposed changes. Would you be in a position to advise this meeting of the legislation, pieces of legislation which are targeted in the forthcoming year?
Yes, I can.
Be brought to the Parliament?
We are looking at the Industrial Relations Act, Employment Standards Bill, the legislation governing HIV/AIDS in the workplace, and the Retrenchment and Severance Benefits Act.
Okay.
We also have the Union Act, the Trade Union Act lurking there also.
The Trade Union Act. Is there any change as it relates, or proposed change as it relates to?
Well, I mean, I've really allowed you to stretch my goodwill. This is where it's ended. Thank you very much. Member for Kamuta Manzanilla.
Thank you Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Honourable Minister, line 101, implementation of National Workplace Policy on Sexual Harassment. Minister, I see 50,000 which is used on a revised estimate. All I'm asking with the 300,000 for the new fiscal year, what is the present status of such policy being rolled out?
Regards to the sexual harassment, which one you want? With regard to sexual harassment in the workplace, we have done quite a bit of work with that. We have even created a hotline where we can deal with complaints in Spanish, French, and English. The bulk of the work has been done, and what we're doing now in 2024 is really sensitization sessions and rolling out the PR with regards to how people could access and make use of this.
Thank you.
Okay, so member for Couva South, yeah. So member for Kumutu Mansinela, you right, member for Couva South, yes?
Yeah. Minister, given that a draft policy was laid in this parliament some time ago, I'm sure, cannot recollect the exact, yeah. Would you be in a position to tell us, as you are trying to move the process along, and given that this issue has reared its head in ministries and state enterprises and so on, when legislation will be brought to the Parliament as it relates to addressing the issue of sexual harassment in the workplace?
Something. This year's implementation of National Workplace Policy. Your question is about a draft policy?
But a policy was laid. It was laid in March 2019.
So it will be a national draft, right? Okay, and what's the question again?
Based on the process being moved along, when will legislation be brought to the Parliament?
So you're talking about the implementation of the policy, or you're talking about legislation? Because if you're talking about the implementation of the policy, I'll allow it. If you're talking about legislation, I won't allow it.
You won't allow it?
No.
All right. I
Thank you so much.
Your goodwill is...
Madam Chair, just to remind my friend from Couva South, the minister indicated which pieces of legislation will be brought to the Parliament in this parliamentary term. Yes.
No.
I heard 4 pieces.
Yeah.
Leader of government business, but I did not hear anything as it relates to...
And that's where I allowed you to stretch my my goodwill. Member for St. Augustine? No?
Answered.
Okay. You have anything more? Yes, Member for Couva South?
Yes. As it relates to 105, Minister, regulations of the Occupational Safety and Health Authority, and the fact that $200,000 will be spent on this particular line item. This is as a result of what regulations are being drafted or worked on?
We have 6 regulations that have been submitted to Cabinet and is now, we are now looking at via Cabinet, and they are the gas safety use and conveyance regulations, blasting regulations, pressure systems regulations, lifting operation and lifting equipment regulations, the provision and use of work of equipment regulations, and the amendment to the Occupational Safety and Health Act.
And these regulations, which are going to Cabinet or before Cabinet, are they as a result of reports that were compiled by the Occupational Safety and Health Authority in relation to the accidents at Naikwan and Paria?
had nothing to do with that.
Go again. Okay, so member, again, I won't allow that. Do you have anything else? If not, we go on to F, public buildings.
Yes.
Member for Cuba South, F, public buildings.
No,
you have
one more.
Sure.
I know
not of the same nature, right?
No, I know you have a little bit of goodwill as it relates to me.
Yeah, but you're really squandering it.
No, I will never squander that goodwill. 091, development of a child labor policy. Minister, where we are on this particular policy, because I think that this will be in the interest of all and sundry in the country.
We just completed a consultation about 2 weeks ago. The first that we are compiling the comments and so on. We will be doing further consultations, both in writing and maybe another one in person, maybe. I'm not sure at this point in time, but we are moving it on the child labor policy.
Thank you.
F, public buildings. Member for Cuba South.
006, Madam Chair. Relocation and upgrade of the Occupational Safety and Health Authority. You alluded to it early on. Could you provide further details under this particular line item?
I indicated that I would provide you with the information previously, and I will stick to that. I won't venture into going into details of this year.
Thank you.
Infrastructure Development Fund. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $399,562,700 for Head 30, Ministry of Labor, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $399,562,700 for Head 30, Ministry of Labor, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Permanent Secretary. And thank you, all the members of the team from the Ministry of Labor. Head 11, Registration, Recognition, and Certification Board.
Honorable members, Head 11, Registration, Recognition and Certification Board. Welcome again, Mr. Minister, and also to the Registrar, the Secretary of the Registration Board and the other senior executives. Head 11, Registration, Recognition and Certification Board, $4,258,000. I will now invite the Minister of Labour to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Mr. Minister.
Thank you. The Registration, Recognition and Certification Board is a tripartite body created via the Industrial Relations Act. The board consists of a chairman and 8 other members who are appointed by the Minister of Labour. The chairman is selected by the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago after consultation with such organizations as they deem fit. With respect to the other members of the board, there are 3 members nominated by such organizations as, in the opinion of the minister, are most representative of the workers, 3 members nominated by such organizations that are most representative of employers, and 2 members being jointly nominated by the organizations most representative of workers and employers. The minister and chairman and 8 members of the board, and they have also an alternative member to each member of the board. Let me say that the work of the board is to determine applications, petitions, and matters concerning certification of recognition under Part 3, including the taking of preferential ballots under Section 34(2). They are also responsible for the certification of recognized majority unions and the recording of certification of recognized majority unions in a book that is kept for such purposes. Mr. Vice Chair, I would like to take this opportunity to also thank the members and staff of the Recognition and Certification Board, Registration, Recognition and Certification Board for the work that they have put in fiscal 2023 and that I know they will do in 2024. And therefore we stand ready and able to answer any such queries that this august body may now deem fit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $4,258,000 for Head 11, Registration, Recognition and Certification Board stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $4,258,000 for Head 11, Registration, Recognition and Certification Board is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of the recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, and we're on page 48. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Members, you all okay? Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $4,258,000 for Head 11, Registration, Recognition and Certification Board stand part of the schedule. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $4,258,000 for Head 11, Registration, Recognition and Certification Board now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister of Labour. Thank you, Secretary to the Board and the other senior executives. Thank you. I just want to be. I don't want them to. Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration. Welcome, Madam Minister. Right, welcome to your Permanent Secretary and also the other 2 senior executives from the Ministry of Public Administration. Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, $681,331,924. I will now invite the Minister for brief comments, not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you,
Madam
Mr. Vice
Minister.
Chair. Good afternoon, members. Good afternoon, members of the public. The mandate of the Ministry of Public Administration is public service modernization. The Ministry's program of work focuses on three main areas: creating a fit-for-purpose workforce who can deliver public service, optimizing a substantive property portfolio from where we deliver public service, enabling consistent high-quality public service delivery by improving processes, legislation, data management, etc. Our responsibility is not merely to manage, but to elevate the capabilities of the public sector workforce. One of our key initiatives is digitalization of the ministry and the public service. We recognize that in order to modernize, we must first transform the way we work and interact. Hence our ambitious efforts to digitize the internal processes and provide digitalization support to external ministries, departments, agencies, and other entities. We are seeking to devise a comprehensive work-from-home policy, which is carded for completion in fiscal 2024. The ministry is in the process of implementing a digital learning management system, which is pivotal to empowering employees across the public service with continuous skills development. In a rapidly evolving world, an educated and skilled workforce is our most valuable asset, and we are committed to nurturing and enhancing these resources. We have now fully launched the Property and Real Estate Services Division portal, a groundbreaking initiative that streamlines property management and enhances transparency and accountability in government operations. To date, approximately 146 landlords have successfully registered on the system. In September, we launched the module that allows access to ministries, departments, and agencies so that they can request and track requests for office accommodation on the portal. Mr. Vice Chair, in closing, I give the public my assurance that the Ministry of Public Admin will continue to pursue and deliver public service modernization to achieve a fit-for-purpose government, delivering high-quality services. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $681,331,924 for Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $681,331,924 for Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, and we are on page 212. Item 001, general administration. Item 005, property and real estate management services. Item 006, public management consulting division, page 213. Item 007, public service academy. Subhead 02, goods and services, page 214, and I'll recognize the member for point of order.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, line item 08, rent, lease, and office accommodation and storage. 2022 actual was 22.7 million. 2024 estimate is 2.5 million. The book says a decrease of 9.3 million from 2023. Minister, could you state if the 2024 estimate of 2.5 million would be your actual rent going forward, and the 9.3 decrease estimate was to take care of arrears?
There's an actual decrease. The 9.3 is a decrease.
Yeah.
because we no longer are paying for the National Library building in which we reside. That building now belongs to the government, so that payment has come to an end. So that is the reason for the decrease in the amount allocated.
So going forward, your rental annually would be around that 2.5?
At this point in time, that is our estimate.
Thank you. Can I go ahead? Minister, line item 15, repairs and maintenance equipment. 2024, you estimate to spend 9.8 million, and a considerable increase from 2023 estimations. What is supposed to happen with this increase for this budgeted year, this coming fiscal? What sort of repairs that you?
The responsibility for the Integrated Human Resource Information System was transferred from the Ministry of Finance during the last fiscal. We are now responsible for that unit, and that includes the servers that they operate to run the system. So that is why our expected expenditures increased.
I'm going ahead.
Proceed, member. Point of view.
Yeah, it's only me here today, Deputy Chair. Line item 23, fees, Minister. It's a new sub-item. $20 million is budgeted for this fiscal. Could you enlighten us what that $20 million will take care of?
Oh, I'm sorry. We are switching from the current version of the human resource management system to a new cloud version, and that will bring about the increase in the fee by the $20 million.
Thank you.
Good. Item 005, Property and Real Estate Management Services Division. Member for point of view.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, 08, rent lease office accommodation. Again, 2024 is a very drastic reduction of 12 million that will be spent or estimated to be spent in 2024. A decrease of 144 million. Could you just tell us what happened in 2023 that required that expenditure?
We settled the liability in respect of the waterfront, so that now fully belongs to the government, so we no longer have those significant payments to make.
So is it safe to say, going forward annually, that this would be more or less your annual rent in respect under this division, property, real estate, and management?
Unless we enter into a similar arrangement with respect to another building, a different building, a new building.
Thank you. Again, I'll go ahead.
Yeah, proceed. Point of view, member.
Under that division, Minister, line item 21. Again, there's an increase in repairs and expenditure estimated for fiscal 2024, 48 million. What's supposed to happen in this fiscal that requires 48 million?
The government has not been particularly good in terms of maintenance and repair of buildings. We are seeking to make a significant difference in this year. So buildings that we have targeted for significant work will include the waterfront, the Victoria Keys units, the education tower, the 2 admin centers in Tunapuna and Siparia.
Okay, thank you. Going ahead.
Yes, member for point of view. You go ahead, man.
Line item 61, insurance, Madam Minister. An increase of 13 million for this budgeted year, of 24 million for insurance. Is it new properties or additional insurance that is being taken out that requires?
Minister.
We have anticipated for an increase in insurance, and there are certain buildings that we need to ensure that we cover. They include Tower C and D, the OPM office in Sinclair, Government Campus, Education Plaza, Victoria Keys.
Thank you.
Item 006, Public Management Consulting Division, page 216. Item 007, Public Service Academy. Item 015, Strategic Services Division. Item 020, Modernization and Service Improvement Division. Item 021, Information and Communication Technology Services Division. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration, and we now on page 218. Item 005, Property and Real Estate Management Services Division. Item 007, Public Service Academy. Item 021, Information and Communication Technology Services Division. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 001, Regional Bodies, page 219. Item 007, Households. Item 011, Transfers to State Enterprises, pages 219 and 220. Honorable members, we now move to the draft estimates of the development program. And we are at page 81, Consolidated Fund, Item 005, Multi-Sectoral and Other Services, Infrastructure Development Fund. Okay, sorry about that, member for Point Pierre, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Madam Minister, line item 066, digital transformation, that terminology. You're budgeting $10 million in 2024. You would have spent something in that line item over the last 2 years, 2022 to 2023. Can you inform us what that $10 million is supposed to happen? What's supposed to happen in digital transformation in respect
Okay,
of
so it's a multifaceted program. We started a change management program to facilitate the digitalization of the service, because it's not all about machines, it's also about people. So we've started that and we continue that in 2024. And what we are seeking to do is to expand the unit that we have set up to digitalize our records and process re-engineer in a manner that is much more expeditious than has been happening traditionally. So what has happened in the past is that each agency has gone about the business of digitalization, taking years to digitize their records and so on. So we have set up a unit that will expedite that, starting with the digitalization of the records of the central HR management entities, which would be MPA, Personnel Department, and Service Commission.
As a follow-up question, Minister, in this same line item, if I stand to be corrected, but when I asked this question last year, it was more or less the same response you're giving me. So I'm asking, for the $10 million that's budgeted, is something more that is supposed to happen in 2024 as opposed to what has happened in the last 2 years?
Well, what we have done is we're in the process of expanding the team to move more efficiently, because the new IRIS system is supposed to be fully implemented with rollout of all the modules within 18 months to 2 years. And what we have to ensure is that we digitize at least all of the HR records within that period and ensure the integrity of those records to allow for a smooth transition. So while everybody has been working on the digitalization, it has not been at the pace that we require. So we're ramping up the resources in terms of everything we need, HR, equipment, and so on, to expedite that.
Thank you. I'll go ahead, Deputy Chair. I have another line item.
On this same topic, yes, go ahead. On the same line item, proceed.
Line item 067, Minister, HRM, $14.6 million is estimated to be spent in this year, fiscal. How different is this year with this amount of 14.6 compared to 2023, which you would have spent approximately maybe $2 million estimated?
What is happening this year in terms of the HRM is the switch from the current PeopleSoft product to an Oracle product called Fusion. And we are in the process of finalizing the contract, and we will have to make payments in terms of that because it's a software we're paying for. So we'll have to make the payment within the next 6 months for that.
Thank you. Going ahead.
Go ahead, member for
Line item 071, Minister. It's called Development of a Work from Home Policy for the Public Service. $2 million is estimated for this fiscal. Is this policy that is trying to be developed for as it says, for the entire public service? Question one would be, why would it fall underneath public admin as opposed to the Ministry of Labor? That's my first question.
The Ministry of Public Admin is responsible for how the public service operates. So that while we will work with the Ministry of Labor to develop the policy and certainly roll out the policy, we, in my view, are the ones who come up with the policies that influence how the public service works. And one of the things that we're trying to do is ensure that with digitalization, we improve the experience both for the employees and the employers. So the work from home policy that we are designing, as I said, working along with the Ministry of Labor and other HR-related entities, is to ensure that we get us to that place.
All right. As a follow-up, Minister, this matter, work from home policy, has been a topic, has been around the last 2 years or during COVID. How far along is this policy, and when do you see it coming to an end to be able to roll out to the public service?
Okay, so we issued an RFP. We have a successful proponent. We are now in negotiations with that person, and we are hopeful that we can bring the person on board shortly and the policy completed within this fiscal for rollout once it's acceptable during this fiscal.
Thank you.
You okay, member?
Yeah.
Yes. Infrastructure Development Fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services on page 197. I'll give you a couple seconds. You're good now. Honorable members. Proceed, member.
Okay.
We have to go back that far.
What, 197? Page 197?
Page 197,
Yeah.
yes.
Minister, line item under public buildings, 006, development of government office accommodations. So new $18 million is projected to be spent. Could you enlighten me and us, what is it, all government, help me understand that terminology.
This is, the vote is for the development of office accommodation in general. This particular expenditure this year is related to the acquisition of property. And, well, no, the ones on top talk about the development of two new properties. The 18 million is with respect to the acquisition of a property that the government has been looking at.
Could you name the property, the location?
It's on Henry Street.
Okay. Matuk's building. All right, thank you. Go ahead. That's it.
Off the records? Okay. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $681,331,924 for Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $681,331,924 for Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you, Madam PS, and thank you to the other two senior executives from the Ministry of Public Admin. Do get out safely. Nice. Head 82. Ministry of Digital Transformation. You digitized that, right? Head 82, Ministry of Digital Transformation. Welcome, Mr. Minister, and welcome to your Permanent Secretary and the other senior executives of the ministry. Welcome to the House of Parliament. Head 82, Ministry of Digital Transformation, $279,645,3200. I will now invite the Minister of Digital Transformation to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Chair, members of the Parliament, members of the committee. The Ministry of Digital Transformation comprises of the Ministry's head office, which operates out of 2 locations, a growing number of our ICT access centers, which obviously brings digital technology and services to communities and citizens in underserved and other areas. The National Information and Communication Technology Company Limited, IGovTT, a wholly owned government enterprise, and our country's independent regulator, the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, with whom we collaborate closely. The Ministry of Digital Transformation is currently in the 3rd stage of its evolution. It was first established as a standalone ministry a little over 2 years ago on July 12, 2021. And in fiscal 2022, much of our focus was, of course, on establishing the ministry, scoping out the roadmap for national digital transformation agenda, and, of course, planning the various strategic initiatives that will propel us into this digital future. In fiscal 2023, the emphasis was on developing the projects themselves and initiatives that collectively make up the national agenda, and of course on finalizing the operational structure of the ministry. All of that was completed in the middle of this year. And for fiscal 2024, the ministry is in full implementation mode. Our attention is on ensuring the necessary resources are in place to execute on the multiplicity of digital transformation projects and initiatives that are already in motion, not just here, but across ministries of government. Digital technology is transforming, obviously, the way we live and the way we conduct business and the way we govern ourselves even. And one of our most important strategies is the creation of a mentee program, which you'll see, of course, in the allocations. And that is a mechanism where we're using our young people to help navigate this journey and bring a measure of sustainability, of course, to the things that we're doing now so that we're going into the future. We have a national undertaking, and success requires close collaboration between and among a variety of stakeholders, the government, the private sector, civil society. It's a whole wheel that we must continue to roll. And of course, the budgetary allocation of the Ministry of Digital Transformation for fiscal 2024 provides the resources required to enable the ministry to fulfill its mandate, and that is to build our digital society, grow the digital economy, and facilitate digital government. So, Chair, the Ministry of Digital Transformation is absolutely and completely committed to the work that we're doing, and the team and I are ready to address any of your questions and comments relative to what we have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $279,645,3200 for head and $32 for head 82, Ministry of Digital Transformation, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $279,645,32 for head 82, Ministry of Digital Transformation, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of the recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration, page 388. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, Item 001, General Administration, Item 002, National Information and Communication Technology, Item 003, Access Centers. Item 004, Information Communication Technology Division. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration, page 391. Item 003, Access Center. Item 004, Information Communication Technology Division. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 002, Commonwealth Bodies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 009, Other Transfers. Item 011, Transfers to State Enterprises. Honorable members, we now move to the draft estimates of the revenue expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. So we're in a new book, and we're on page 571, page 571. 03, Trinidad and Tobago Telecommunications Authority. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration, page 572. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Transfers. Honorable members, we now move to the draft estimates of the development program. And we have changed book again. And we are at page 168 of the development program. Consolidated Fund, Item 005, Multi-sectoral and Other Services. I recognize the member for point of pay.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, let me start off with line item 004. And the heading is Digitization of the Ministry of Digital Transformation. 3 million is estimated for this fiscal. Something was spent in the last fiscal in 2023. I don't want to say what it was because it's not expenditures yet, figures. Could you enlighten us here in this committee? What do you mean by digitization of the Ministry of Digital Transformation? I mean that respectfully.
Certainly, ma'am. Thank you for the question. There are a number of digitalization efforts ongoing across many ministries, divisions, and agencies of the government. This is just one of them, and just happens to be in this fairly new ministry of the Ministry of Digital Transformation. And it is where we are adjusting and reviewing our business processes, the way in which we work, making for digital processes. We are adjusting things that we don't necessarily want to have a lot of paper. We want to have as paperless an environment as possible. We're building into the mechanisms that we use the ability to handle almost everything electronically. But the phases for that are really what the things you have to do. So first, you have to have all your documents in a digital format, which is what a lot of ministries are involved in. That is the digitization of that. The review of the processes and the changing of the culture and all of that. These change agents and all of those people have to come in. And then, of course, you have to have any amendments relative to regulations, the way in which people work and so on. All of those things have to happen. So it's happening across a number of ministries. That's what it's for. So it's happening globally. Ministry of Public Administration will have a similar one if you're talking about that.
So this line item pertains strictly to your ministry?
Yes,
correct?
Yes, it does.
And it's really digitization. That's the word I'm using, right?
Yeah, but it's digitalization.
Do you have a end date in mind to transform your ministry into the way that you vision it to be? So because it can't be endless. It can't be open-ended in a sense. I know it's it's a changing environment that we live in, but it must have a...
Yeah, the thing is the ministry itself is still being staffed, if you want to put it that way. So the inculcation of the new digital way is happening as we bring the people on board. So it will take us some time even to get all the people there. But in the meantime, we'll do the processes and get those done. We have consultants helping us from the international arena, people from multiple places. And the intent is to, by the time we get around to the end of this fiscal, to have as much of the digital culture installed. It will take far longer than that, even just to digitalize all the documents. But the idea is to start with the culture, draw a line in the sand, and start doing things the digital way from here, while we go back and then bring all the other things up to speed. It will be an ongoing thing. It's a journey. But by the end of this fiscal, we expect the ministry to look a lot differently and function a lot more digitally than it does now.
All right. Can I go ahead?
Well, you can go ahead and then I'll go to Kuvas out.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to start at the lot. Minister, I want to just carry it to 002 now.
Yeah, proceed.
Establishment of a digital economy program.
No, 1 second.
Yeah.
I'll need to take Kuvas out.
I'll give it to my colleague.
Right.
And
okay, so let me just put it on the record. A, administrative services.
Yeah.
Right, and then F, public buildings.
No, we're doing A still.
A.
We're still in A.
Oh,
I just went to the last line item, 004, because I want to bill on that. I'm moving too fast for
you. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Right. Can I go ahead?
You're getting into the culture.
Okay. I apologize. So, Minister, I want to carry it to line item now, 002, based on what you just said in 004. And 002, line item says, establishment of a digital economy program. $12 million is to be spent, projected for 2024 fiscal. Something was spent in 2023 approximately, and it's still ongoing, over $7 million based on the estimation in 2023. Firstly, the question I would like to ask is, what's supposed to happen out of your ministry in establishing this digital economy program?
Yeah, so thanks again for the question. The digital economy program is really designed to, specifically, if you want to get what the outcome of it is to increase the contribution of the ICT sector to GDP. That's really what it's for. At the Ministry of Digital Transformation, when we look at what the resource requirement for that is, we view that as the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So the investments and the initiatives that we have under this program are designed to harness and exploit the talent and the skills that we have in the ICT sector to improve and increase its contribution. We're doing that by, one of the things that we have launched fairly recently is the Developers Hub. It has been extremely successful. We have over 500 registered developers working in Trinidad and Tobago now. We've launched the Developers Hub Challenge, in which case those people are now working on digital projects that are helping us as the state and as government and basically the society at large. The intent is by the time we finish with this, we'll probably have the Trinidad and Tobago developers export company, software export company. So it is under that type of thing that this is being spent. Harnessing, creating, and educating and building that developer society so that we can start to do the things that other countries have been able to do quite successfully. So that's the main aspect of what we're doing with that space.
So just a follow-up, Deputy Chair. So the expenditure is really related to working with the developers, the web developers in Trinidad and Tobago. And your ministry is the lead coming out of this program, correct?
That's correct.
And I would ask it again, my final would, based on what you said in 004, do you have the necessary staffing in your ministry presently to really take us into that digital economy at this point in time?
Again, thank you for the question. It's interesting that in this case, the staff is actually the people who are executing the tasks.
Say that again.
In this case, the staff requirement, the big bulk of the people that will be doing the work, the heavy lifting, are actually the people who are enrolled in the program, not the administrators. The portals and all of the training environments and the lab environments, all of those things were built by people of the ministry, but they've been launched. And they're there. We just continue to add content. But the work itself, the development of the applications, etc., is being done by the actual enrollees. And it is in that work that they have levels of award and remunerations and so on, where this expenditure comes in. It's all focused on the people.
Thank you.
Member for Hoover South.
Deputy Chair, and just building on what my colleague for Point of Pierre alluded to in his interaction with you, Minister. 004, the digitization of the ministry, and I've heard you and I listened, and are you working with your fellow colleagues in terms of the respective ministries? Because I'm sure one day we'll want to hear about the digitization of pension records, the birth certificates, and where members of the public, death certificate, birth certificates, you name it, driver's permits and so on, that persons can probably go online in the comfort of their homes and make the requests and so on. Could you provide some kind of information in terms of how your ministry is working towards this goal?
Again, thank you, and thank you for the question. So, the digitalization of Trinidad and Tobago consists of, we have to work at that across all the ministries, divisions, and agencies, civil society, the private sector. It works that way. As far as, we describe the Ministry of Digital Transformation as a partnership ministry. So there are very few digitalization activities going on in government for which we are not in some way involved. In relation to some of the things you mentioned specifically, those things transcend ministries. So if that is, once you're doing that, so some of the hardcore lifting, the creation of the infrastructure and environment that allows those global things to work, this ministry will take care of them, but not under this program. So it's in another program in the development. It's under the IDF, it's not here. This digitalization is specific to the ministry and its ability to function in a digital way. But what you're talking about is broad, a lot straight across the ministry. That's in another program.
And that may lead me to 001, the implementation of a digital society program.
Yes.
And does this take into consideration working with stakeholders such as the business community, the respective chamber of commerces, the trade unions, the civil society, and what about the schools as you work on this issue of building a digital culture in the country?
Yeah. Again, thank you for the question. Digital society really speaks to the society at large and increasing the digital IQ of everyone in Trinidad and Tobago. That speaks to your trust in digital services, your ability to use them, whether you have the appropriate devices to do it. If you don't have a device, where can you go and access digital services, etc. So under that program, you would find that we have digital skills going on. We partnered with the Adult Literacy Tutors Association to do work with them, for example. We work with YTEP, we work with a number of agencies there to increase digital skills. The ICT Access Centers fall under that program, which we keep opening up. You were present with one we opened with you in Lisa's Gardens, where it is that these centers are put there for the education and for the utilization of the communities in which they are. You don't need anything, you go there, you can learn, you can be taught, you can also access a number of services there. So the whole idea behind it is we will partner with existing institutions, we will partner with civil society, we will partner with anyone that will allow us to further and spread the gospel of digital work across the widespread of Trinidad and Tobago, to get people not only comfortable, but to get people using the services.
Well, as I said, I noticed that in the 2023 estimate, there was an allocation of 50 million. Mm-hmm. Your ministry spent 9 million. Mm-hmm. So apparently there were some obstacles or challenges as it relates to the rollout. And as I said, establishment of centers, such as, for example, you alluded to the Point Lisa's Gardens Community Center. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, creating that and not effectively communicating with the wider population as to what, where, and the intended benefits and so on may not give you what you are looking for. So as I said, there needs to be a proper rollout in terms of effectively communicating with the wider population.
But I know it's good information, so proceed, Mr. Minister.
No, it's just to identify communications is a key component of any rollout of any particular program and function. As a Ministry of Digital Transformation, we want to be as effective as possible where that is concerned. And certainly if there are things that we can improve on, we definitely will do so. The allocation as it stands now, you will notice there's an allocation in this year for us to do what we do. We have a number of centers that are already completed and ready to be activated. And so some of that spend went there. We also were able to get serious economies of scale in terms of our bulk purchasing when we did last year. So things that if you buy one, it costs $10, we bought 20, and it cost us 7. So we had some savings there as well. But the program will continue to roll out.
Okay. Right. A, Administrative Services. F, Public Buildings. I'll recognize Member for Point of Pay.
Minister, just a quick question on 002 under Public Buildings, outfitting of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union. It's a new project, $4 million is budgeted for this year. I'm assuming it will be outfitting new offices or something for the Caribbean. Help me understand that expenditure.
The Caribbean Telecommunication Union is housed in Trinidad and Tobago. The headquarters is housed there at the Trinidad and Tobago government has agreed to do that, and we've been doing this for some time. The current facilities requires some level of repair and upgrade, as it's been, the building is there for some time. And this allocation is built around the estimates that we got to do that work.
So, out of my own appreciation, Minister, Trinidad and Tobago is responsible for the expenditure of this body, Caribbean Telecommunication Union?
Not for its expenditure, for its hosting. So the headquarters is here, so we facilitate them in terms of a building and facilities.
Thank you.
Infrastructure Development Fund. We are now on page 242, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $279,645,032 for Head 82, Ministry of Digital Transformation, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Any against? Say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $279,645,032 for Head 82, Digital Transformation, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you, Permanent Secretary, and again, all the other senior executives of the Ministry of Digital Transformation. Thank you for coming. Because you're thinking at $3,200. Head 01, President. 1, President, 23,871,470. Welcome. You are the Secretary to the President. Welcome to the House of Parliament. And I'll now invite the Minister of Finance, the Leader of the House, to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes.
You all didn't know, huh? Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chairman. The Office of the President's mandate is to provide administrative, advisory, consultative, and other support services to the President in the exercise of her powers and functions as head of state and of the executive branch. The Trinidad and Tobago Republican Constitution provides for a president who is the head of state and commander-in-chief of the armed forces. She is also the repository of all executive authority. Her powers are exercisable within certain constitutional limits, and most of the constitutional acts must be performed in accordance with the advice of or after consultation with another authority, usually the cabinet or the prime minister and the leader of the opposition. The office of the president, therefore, is quasi-ceremonial in nature. Many, but not all, of the roles and functions of the president are enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chairman, and I am available for any questions or queries that the members of this august committee would like to pose on the office of the President. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leader of the House. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $23,871,470 for Head 01 President stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $23,871,470 for Head 01 President is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of the recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration, and we are on page 1. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, Item 001, General Administration, Item 002, Tobago Services, Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, Item 001, General Administration, Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies, Item 007, Households. Honorable members, we now move to the draft estimates of the development program. So we're in the other book, Development Program, Consolidated Fund, and we're on page 2. Item 004, Social Infrastructure. And I will recognize the member for point of pay.
I must ask my colleague, Oruka Maloney, to say a few words.
Leader of the House, please.
Leader of the House, sorry. Minister, in this 001, establishment of public education program, I just want to get an appreciation, $1.1 million. What is this envisaged for this education program, please?
Member for point of pay, you will recall that when the president was inaugurated, the president did indicate that there would be an opening up of the office of the president to ensure that members of the public understood exactly what was the role and function of the president and other aspects of the role and function of the president and what the office entailed. This is part of that program, and this is the beginning of this public education program that the president purported to discuss when she gave her inaugural speech.
Thank you.
Couva South, you have a question? Well, we'll move on. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $23,871,470 for head 01, President, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $23,871,470 for head 01, President, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Leader of the House. Thank you, Secretary to the President, and also to your accountant. Do get home safely. Honorable members, Standing Finance Committee is now suspended to Thursday, October 19th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m.